triathlonsroel van de doodzaak weer proberen te passeren. Hier, Timo!
Trespassing on my property. You didn't win in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
Friday night tights. You're about to get frostbitten.
Get him.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
ride.
All you geeks and gamers better stop jerking off to me, okay? I smell like burnt hair and Julie. That isn't stopping you. I fuck you like you're retarded because I think you're all retarded. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. Frostbitten. Friday night tights.
Get him.
Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. I'll wait.
Weird.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I'm not qualified. Go ahead. Make my day.
Get him.
Call me Beaver Barbie.
Bitch, you're that goddamn ugly.
I jerked off to the dislike ratio.
I'm not hot to you.
No.
What in the heck did I just walk into?
Wow. People keep confusing me for prepubescent Justin Bieber. Someone in the chat called me Eminem mid-transition. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. Frostbitten. Friday night tights.
Get him.
Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. I'm standing up for all the women at G4. Emily, Abby, Megan, Joe, Jake, Zipper, Pockets, Scissors, tape dispenser, and filing cabinet. X-ray girl, she is a beautiful young Oriental. X-ray girl,
Give me cock. Ask them the price of cock.
X-ray girl, it's this for you to stroke your chopstick to.
Nerdrotic.com.
Hello. Wow, you ended all at once. It's amazing how you do that every time. Greetings. Welcome to the Nerdrotic Nooner. I gotta turn this up a little bit. Why is that so soft? That's weird. I hope you guys are hearing me through my mic. Hang on. Now I gotta check. Yeah, it says I am. Okay. That's cool. All right. Here we go. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, the camera's different. We got a new camera. We're working out the lighting. Quarter Black Garrett was here over the weekend. By the way, you want to know how dedicated this dude is? His wife's about to pop. Man's wife's about to pop. Thank you. So, yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. See that right? See this right there? That's my Texas flag. Well, I can't move my camera right now, but there's an American flag, a land deal, and a bunch of shit. So, yeah, what do we got to talk about today? We're going to talk about a company that's made a lot of bad decisions over the last 4 years, made the worst one possible. I would say it's worse than firing Gina Carano for saying things no worse than what Pablo, why did I say Pablo? Pedro Pascal said, and Pablo Hidalgo. It's been a shit. But they decided to choose against parents. That's essentially what this is. It's choosing against parental rights. Disney, the family-oriented company, just chose against parental rights. Bent the knee to a minutely small group of people with way too much power. Power that was given to them by people like Bob Chapek, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, and their ilk. This is the bed you made. Now you got to lay in it as it's on fire. Good luck. Now, initially, Bob Chapek came out and said, hey, we don't want to get involved in this stuff, although we've been involved in stuff for years. And now they realize they have to be involved in this, and it's detrimental to their business, as many of us have been saying for years and years and years. So here we are. It's going to be the reckoning over the next couple of years as the pendulum swings back. We'll see how far it swings back. And times they are a-changin'. You know, that's the line they like to use to us. And yes, they're always changing. They're always changing. Ebbs and flows. Well, I don't know if this is an ebb or a flow, but it's doing one of those things. We're also going to talk about Amazon, little chitter chatter behind the scenes. They're shitting themselves, rightly so, because they have a season and a half in the can, and they can't change. They can't change it. And what's interesting, and my good friend Ryan Kinnell brought this up, is Reacher, which was pretty good. You know, it wasn't the greatest show ever made, but it was pretty good. I liked it. Looking forward to season 2. Is like their most watched show over The Boys, over Good Omens, over Wheel of Time, which I didn't watch. And yes, we did get a Boys season 3 trailer, and I've got some comments about that we'll talk about. It looks like it's going to be trash. Sorry. Yes, I'm in the comic book. Yes, one of my friends co-created it. And the comic book was definitely a parody of superheroes. But we saw that infamous date included in the trailer. That's right, January 6th. This might be the January 6th of Amazon shows. I don't know if The Boys will be, or if Lord of the Rings will be. Rings of Power. Oh my God, it's been so long since I've done a nooner, right? So yeah, it's going to get a little more consistent than this. I think I need another week, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see who's here. Let's see who's here. We're also going to, we'll talk about George R.R. Martin. And I had a really interesting conversation this week that I can only talk about vaguely at this time, but I will give you a time when I can freely speak about it. It's going to be a ways off. And it has a lot to do with some delays from Warner Brothers, including The Flash, which is actually the Batman, which is being delayed almost a year, right? And Aquaman, which, I mean, I'm not heartbroken. There might be some ladies out there who are heartbroken because they're not going to be able to see the glistening wet Jason Momoa for a while. And what's behind all this, what I think is behind it, and then what they say is behind it. We'll find out. But first, let's see who's here. Let's see who's here. I'll just say this. This gets brought up a lot, right? So people do reach out to us. and want to talk. And sometimes it's a very sometimes it's you're a piece of shit. And then sometimes it's we really support you, but we can't come out and say anything. And sometimes it's genuine. I'm just gonna say, I mean, it's the spectrum of takes. And yes, rest in peace, William Hurt. And I didn't watch the video, but I saw the thumbnail of, did they really try to go out and from That Umbrella Guy? Did they really try to go out and cancel him afterwards? That's ridiculous. So we'll look into that, but let's first see who's here. Reacher equals woke. I didn't read the book, so I don't know what they changed, but there was a moment, but it wasn't that bad. But I can understand if you're at the point where even seeing one thing just rips you out of something and you're done with it. I'm pretty close to that with a lot of stuff. I like Peacemaker. Peacemaker's woke as hell. And, I saw some people love it. I was like, nope, bye. So what's up, Child of the Flower? What's up, Jack Thursby, Alexander Kelly, Lord Thoth, Draco? How's it going? It's not important. It's always important. It's always important, unless it's not. Larry, Wayward Culture, Edward Pereno, Grimaton, Paul Taylor, Ben Lurch, SPN Dusk, Q. Hey, Q is here. That's good. You're also in Picard, and apparently you're not well, and Picard is not well. Whatever slight improvements happened in the first episode, shit the bed in the second. Gamer Word, Eric K and his wrench. What's up? Just another red shirt and his wrench. Zero Max, 1998. And Dag the Gnome. Hey, how's it going to you? Let's see who else is here. The R, Robert Cherry. Good day, sir. Wookie Fodder. How's it going? Nano. Nano to you. The Cheese Factor. The Fromage Factor. Moons of Madness. Everybody's here. This is great. And Tell You Straight. And Bastard. All the fine Modrotics are here too. All right. Let's get just right to Disney. I've seen everybody's videos on this, and I really didn't look into it too deep. I read the law is not that long. It's not that long of a read. Essentially, it's parental rights. And I'll just start it out like this, and I think this is probably the general sentiment. Nobody should be teaching anything sexual at all, period, to kindergarten to third grade. I would say up to fifth grade. But maybe I'm old-fashioned, because I had sex ed in sixth grade. And, we got to say words like penis and schmegma and laugh our asses off because we were 12-year-olds, right? But sixth grade, I would say appropriate. And then you can talk about all things if you want to talk about them. If you talk about them in an educational way, not in a I don't even know what the word would be. Indoctrination. Not indoctrinating our children, clinically teaching them. Now, we know that's not happening, especially in California. I don't want to speak to the schools in Florida because I don't have a child in Florida. I had a child in the San Francisco school system, and I promise you, indoctrination was happening. I went to parent-teacher conferences, so did Mrs. Nerdrotic, and what we, listen, we understood we were in San Francisco, and when it came to, at least when young Nerdrotic Jr. and a quarter Asian son were going through the system, when it was K through 6, it was fine. There was no ideology in where we sent our kids to school. And quite frankly, at the time, and this is a decade ago, they were extremely good with special needs kids. Like extremely good. That has changed. Radically changed. Radically changed because of COVID and quite frankly, putting in a San Francisco mayor as governor, which there was a time in California that would be laughable. Absolutely laughable. Hell, an LA mayor couldn't make it as governor when Ed Bradley tried to get in, who would probably be considered freaking right at this point, if you remember Mayor Ed Bradley. Hell, Willie Brown is more right to what's going on now. Slick Willie Brown, who at least understood that you like to make money. He liked to make money and got shit done. Wasn't ethical. Not saying I love the guy. He gave us our vice president. Wet Willie, Slick Willie. Yeah. So essentially, we should not be teaching little kids. We're talking 6-year-olds, 6 to 9. Not talking about Jack Murphy right now. 6 to 9 years old. It is not appropriate. And I'm guessing a lot of people involved in the pro-grooming side either don't have kids, don't raise their kids, or maybe shouldn't have them. I don't know. It's not for me to judge. But listen, there are nuances that I understand. I understand that there are abusive parents. There are bad parents. But like, this is not 1950. This is not 1960 or 70 where, it's a lot more comfortable for gay children to come out at, once they figure that out, whatever age that is, to their parents. This is a parent thing to take care of, not a state thing to take care of, especially since the teachers union is completely one-sided. The teachers union has too much power. The teachers union protects predators. This is a known fact. The teachers union protects predators. So I'm not going to listen to any organization that protects predators. What they do is they just shift them around. They don't get them fired. It's a very rare case. And you got to think about it. Like, let's think about this with a little bit of common sense. The Catholic Church went through its thing. The Boys Club went through its thing. How come schools never went through something like that? Isn't it weird? Isn't it odd? Oh, because they have so many checks and balances? No, of course not. And this is what we give up. In a free society, we have to take risks. There are certain risks to be taken. But let's lessen it with younger kids. I mean, I don't understand why Disney wants to die on this hill. Oh, yes, I do. They have given maniacs too much power. Maniacs. And there are a lot of politicians, a lot of people in Hollywood in particular, which has, which is getting too much power as well. Big tech that want to push some of this stuff. And I can't believe that they're dumb. I'm not going to buy that one. Actors, yes. Adult pretenders, they will just pass on what the latest download is, but we're talking about Bob Chapek. We're talking about Mark Zuckerberg's. Ooh, that's who we're talking about. These are not dumb people. But choosing against parents is, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Choosing against the nuclear family, choosing against the middle class. There's been a war in the middle class for a few years now. We are the enemy to these people. And this is why a lot of us have been really talking about this stuff through entertainment, it's always been bigger than Star Wars. It's always been bigger than Marvel Comics. It's always been bigger than Lord of the Rings. Culture is where we get to the young. It's also where we get to the old. It's very, very powerful because we made it powerful, right? But it's not something we can unmake overnight, right? There's still going to be plenty of people who will completely ignore this and book their trip to Disney World. So I'm going to sit where I sit now. I am not going to Disney. I don't care if I'm offered a free ticket to Disneyland or Disney World. I'm not setting foot in that place. I just don't care. I wouldn't want to like accidentally or just like not think about it and go buy a Coke for $20 or something like that. I don't want to. No, I'd rather go to Universal, which doesn't play these games yet. Oh, yeah. Bob Chapek opened the door. Just like Bob Iger opened. And honestly, it's Bob Iger. And I know a lot of people have been talking about this, but it was Bob Iger who opened the door very selfishly because he had political ambitions. This is shit he said in his book. And this is why he left. He left. And I'm not saying Bob Chapek's like this innocent, this superhero, because he's not. He's not. He's just cheap. He's Bob Chapek. I've heard, I've never heard it from him, and this might be true. Quite frankly, I didn't check, but I've heard that he's a Republican. Well, I mean, rhino. Then he's a rhino. You know, I wouldn't care what his party is. He's Hollywood. That's what he is. He's Hollywood. He's establishment. So R's and D's mean jack shit to establishment. But like definitely, you know, what ruins, let's bring this down to a smaller scale. So like what ruins YouTube channels, what ruins TV shows? Well, when they start with the TV show, with the narrative, if a character starts not acting like the character you saw, like, I don't know, The Last Jedi, Luke, as opposed to the original trilogy, Luke, or a YouTube channel that goes out and says they're about fans and customers and they start selling them out, then that would be bad for that YouTube channel. That's essentially what Disney did. They just sold out their core, their base. How many people wake up? I don't know. Again, I think a lot of people have trips booked and they're going to go and they're going to think, well, you know, we've got fun stuff to do and we love Disney World. I think Eric's been saying this, Eric July, the great Eric July, and he made a great point. They don't fund us, but we fund them. Now, my job is to cover pop culture, but I have to do what I have to do. Yet I find a lot of ways to not fund the things I cover. And there's certain things I just won't. And like Kenobi's one of them. I'll cover the stupid trailer, but I'm not going to review the show. I'll cover the news from Disney, but I'm not. Yeah. And we'll have to see what Disney Plus has to offer with Marvel because it looks like they're very quickly going down the same road as Lucasfilm. We'll talk about that a little bit too. And based on that conversation I had with someone, I'm just going to keep it very vague right now because I promised. There are a lot of people working in Hollywood right now who are very much against this stuff, and they are starting to wake up and or speak up when they didn't feel comfortable enough before. They're starting to feel more comfortable to speak up. Unfortunately, I think it's too late. But we'll see, because that pendulum is definitely swinging. So I guess it's, will Hollywood survive? Will they be able to deal with contraction? Certainly, there's still billions of dollars flying around there, but as our economy starts to go south, thanks to printing too much money and inflation finally kicking in, which has been kicking in for quite some time before any conflicts on other continents, there's going to be repercussions of that, and we're starting to see delays, reshoots, cancellations. Hey, Red Sonja, ginger side. One incidence of ginger side has been reversed. There will be no Red Sonja. There will be no woke Red Sonja. And I think I saw Razorfist tweet that the Solomon Kane director's taking over the movie, which is good news. If you haven't seen Solomon Kane, I don't know if it's on Netflix anymore. You probably don't want to watch it on the. Go find somewhere, or hey, you know what? Go on eBay, and I'm sure you can find some DVD of Solomon Kane. That's cheap. It's actually a pretty good movie. I like it. So, yeah, little signs here and there. But then Bob Chapek, what did I say over the last year? Like, the one company that will be the last to the change party is Disney. They will be the last one. They're the ones who were still, like, wearing bell bottoms and roller discoing in, like, 1986. Only people of my age will know that, how ridiculous that is. I can't use the mullet anymore because, like, people are getting mullets now. And I don't want to shame the mullet too much. I had a lot of friends with a mullet. I rocked kind of a mullet. You know, it was the 80s, dude. It was the 80s. All right, let's go check out this article. You just want to shake your head. Bob Chapek, you know what? I would just stop with the internal memos. For one, people sharing those memos, that's breaking your NDA. I can get you fired. And capitulating to what largely are temporary employees is another thing. And choosing that over your customer. And I was watching a lot of Jeff Bezos interviews in preparation for Lord of the Rings videos. And the one thing the guy said I liked when he was creating his company, he talked about how back in the early days of Amazon, when Barnes & Noble was going to start offering online books, they thought they were dead, right? Because they just had more subscribers, more employees. Amazon was still small at the time. And Jeff Bezos said some very wise words. We focus on the customers we have. That's what we need to do. They will drive us. They are the reason we are here. We focus on the customers we have. And that's how they survived and then completely trounced Barnes & Nobles. Of course, we know Bezos, now it's $1 trillion company and the guy can buy souls and probably large portions of the moon, if not the whole thing. But that's why he got there. Initially, he focused on the customer. Disney is not focusing on the customer, has not been focusing on the customer. And they have gotten away with it because, quite frankly, they bought their way out of extinction by buying Marvel and Star Wars. And then they've they've taken a long time to systematically dissect and destroy Star Wars and Marvel. Now, Kevin Feige is a better producer than Kathleen Kennedy as far as being actually in charge of something and creating something. For a long time, he made a lot of stuff that people liked. But then he went down the Kathleen Kennedy road. Kathleen Kennedy is, her success was with other men, quite frankly. And when she was put in charge, she's been a disaster since day one. And she is still firmly in charge of Lucasfilm. Not going anywhere. All right, we'll start at Deadline, but then we're going to go to Bounding on this. Bob Chapek's toughest test yet. Disney's worst week over "Don't Say Gay" response could lead to profound change. So we all know that's been a lie. The bill is not about not saying gay. It doesn't have anything to do with Don't Say Gay. It's about it's the K through 3 grooming, anti-grooming bill is a much better description. And it's all about the hate the extreme progressive left has for Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis. Just not understanding that over, I guess there's a couple of good things that might have come out of a horrific situation that was the COOF that destroyed lives and businesses and certainly killed a lot of people too. A lot of people woke up and saw that the mainstream media has been lying to you. They are your enemy. Not enough, but a few more, and we'll take them. It's been a rough first 2 years for Bob Chapek in Disney, at Disney's top job. First came the pandemic, which started just days into Chapek's tenure as CEO that Bob Iger just abandoned right before the COOF started, bringing the entertainment industry to a halt. And what does that tell you about Bob Iger, right? Just bailing right before COVID started. And believe me, the CEOs of these corporations in Hollywood and big tech, they know shit long before we do. Especially because they have their puppet, Gavin, in office. With movie-going hampered by COVID, even after theaters reopened, Disney started releasing movies on streaming, which led to Chapek's second big challenge, alienating top talent. No. His first big challenge was dealing with the customers that had been alienated by his predecessor and his predecessor's underlings. But of course they won't mention that. I will. Which led to Chapek's second big challenge, alienating top talent, Scarlett Johansson's lawsuit, and the strongly worded public exchanges with Disney that followed drew gasps in Hollywood and raised questions over how the storied studio would treat its biggest stars under Chapek. Well, obviously, they're starting to treat them like they did their customers. A Hollywood outsider who came from Disney's park division. An outsider. Now Chapek is facing his biggest test to date, disconnect with his own company. Well, I would say the company has a disconnect with the general populace. But if you want to run your company like it is state-run, I wish you luck. The open internal revolt was sparked by Disney's botched response to Florida's so-called, well, at least they said that, Don't Say Gay bill, which would ban classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in the state's primary schools, ages 6 to 9. A very impressionable age. So if you wanted to go out and indoctrinate children, that's where you would start. And I was watching that Bill Maher conversation about this where he even said it's stupid. And even the guy who was trying to make excuses for it said it was a stupid hill to die on and a political loser. But Bob Chapek capitulated. After days of silence that had been met internally, in Chapek's own words, with disappointment that the company had not issued a public statement condemning the legislation. Yes, condemn grooming children. That's going to be great for Disney. The CEO finally spoke up about the bill on Monday, a week after Chapek's predecessor, Bob Iger, had criticized the controversial legislation on Twitter. Throwing his, that was so inappropriate for him to do because that threw his buddy Bob, who obviously they don't like each other, under the fucking bus. That's Bob Iger. The weatherman is a piece of shit. warning that it would put vulnerable young LGBTQ plus people in jeopardy. No, it wouldn't. How does it put them in jeopardy? So you're basically saying your go-to is, your default position is, if a young child comes out as LGBTQ to his parents, it's jeopardizing him, and it's better to do it to the state. Of course, there are people out there who would be against their parents. That is something that has to be dealt with on an individual basis, but you do not give that power to the state, because the state will obtain more power and have power over your children. As a matter of fact, the state here in California has a lot of power over your children. That's why my child is not in that school system anymore. Chapek's March 7th memo, in which he explained why Disney would not denounce the bill despite being urged to do so by the LGBTQ plus employees, in at least one letter to the company leadership and in a meeting with Chapek the week before, sent chills throughout the company, with staffers calling it tone deaf. So what happens when you get involved in politics? What came next was a week of disconnect, which released pent-up anger that had been simmering for a long time. Deadline has spoken with several people who had been at Disney for at least a decade, who described this as the worst week they've ever had working for the company. You're going to have more. You now have guaranteed yourselves to have a lot more. According to sources, employees expressed their disappointment in private conversations in a Zoom open forums held by several Disney divisions. So people turned one such meeting into an LGBTQ plus staffers across the company from around the world Thursday, sharing experiences of alleged bad treatment and censorship, exposing a potential major issue in on-screen representation. Yeah, that's a power play. One element in Chapek's March 7th memo that struck a chord was all of our diverse stories and listening a number of Disney movies and TV series, including several with LGBTQIA plus themes like Posse, Modern Family, and Love, Victor. Powerful content that changes hearts and minds only springs from an inclusive cultures, which will not attract and retain the best and most diverse talent, but also give those employees the freedom to bring forth ideas that reflect their lives and experiences. We must work together to ensure Disney always remains such a place, Chapek wrote. Terrible comments there. His comments were quickly rebuked, because it's never enough, by many associated with Disney productions. I wonder what the actual numbers are. During the company Zoom calls this week, sources said staffer after staffer shared stories of systematic suppression of gay themes and Disney content, which they said had been either watered down or outright dismissed. Then why are you working there? A letter signed by the LGBTQ plus employees of Pixar and their allies, which took Chapek to task over the response to the Florida bill, particularly resonated and was circulated within Disney, becoming an unofficial manifesto of internal dissent. Oh, my goodness. Don't hire woke employees. Hey, this is why Disney is too big to succeed. They have reached maturity, so they can buy a lot of things, but what are they actually innovating? Well, a lot of those shows they were just talking about was from a company they bought, but not core Disney. There is no more core Disney. Multiple employees from various divisions tell Deadline the harsh picture painted in the letter is a truthful representation of how people feel. For one, I mean, is this bill the biggest issue in our country right now? No, of course not. Of course not. But the only reason I'm talking about it now is Bob Chapek's story arc of knee bendage, which, I mean, anybody could have seen. This shit can end tomorrow if certain CEOs just go, no. What are they going to do? Have Zoom meetings and complain? Okay. And if you start sharing information, you get fired because you violated your NDA. But here's the rub. Then if you start firing LGBTQ plus employees, well, they'll say you fired them because they were LGBTQ plus employees. You see? And there's certain entities out there who love this, who want to see all of this disintegrate. The problem is, and I'm talking, of course, about the Marxists. The problem is Marxism is about not having accountability, because once the state controls everything, you're fucked. And the bottom line here is they're not afraid of the customer. They know the customer is going to show up. They know, you know what, that people are going to book rooms at that dog shit Galactic Star Cruiser. They know people are going to sign up for Disney Plus, but that has waned. That has waned. You want to know why it's waned, though? It's not really their political decisions. Is their stuff is just shit. It's just garbage. Garbage. Hashtag don't say gay. Disney do better. Just hours after Chapek told shareholders that Disney was donating to the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer civil rights organizations, because it's fucking extortion. That's why calling for gender commitment to the LGBTQ plus agenda is another blow to Disney's efforts to change the narrative after the they miscalculated response. And guess what? That donation didn't help for fucking shit. By the way, this is just a lie. And when you have to lie about legislation, when you have to lie about it, people are going to notice, even your allies. And they're going to go, well, it doesn't say don't say gay. It just says you don't want to teach anything sexual, gay or straight, to kids at that early of an age. Yeah, parents have rights too. And this isn't anything anti-gay or anti-transgender. This is about parental rights. Well, this is what has, okay, Carrie Smith brought this up, Eric July brought this up, and I'm going to bring it up. It's too early to tell how lasting the impact of the week's events will be on moral within Disney. According to the sources, several LGBTQ plus employees have indicated privately that they are considering leaving the company. Let them. Leave the company. If you don't like it, leave. Go work for another company. Let them leave. Bye. See ya. Because you know what? You're not going to have much of a company left. Your company's going to start making a lot less money after this. Especially when their two biggest cash cows have turned into they're turning into cash goats. It's not good. It's not good. You could see it with Doctor Strange too, right? So all the you know why all the reshoots, there was a bunch of reshoots because they saw how good Spider-Man No Way Home was, and they're like, shit, yes, technically it's a Disney movie, but we only got 25%, and now we're in competition with ourselves. And now you hear Benedict Cabbage Patch going out there and saying, oh yeah, it's going to be just totally as good as Spider-Man No Way Home. And I love Sam Raimi. I do. Maybe it will be. But I don't think it will be. I think it'll be a very popular movie that'll make a lot of money. I'm not sure if it's going to be the juggernaut that was Spider-Man No Way Home. Of course, they won't learn the lessons from Spider-Man No Way Home, which didn't necessarily have any woke bullshit in it. And I'm very happy that, like, as successful as the Batman is, the conversation about the Batman overall isn't like, it was bringing up like that one stupid line. It's like it didn't need to be there. And a lot of people have said that. Across all lines have said that. That's good. Call that shit out every time. But and I'm not talking about LGBTQ plus individuals. I'm talking about the activists. That's specifically who the activists, the LGBTQ plus activists, the Marxist activists, the socialist activists. You know, the people who aren't fans in our space. They have gone out of their way to make people feel uncomfortable, and they have driven a lot of people away. I think we should start making people feel uncomfortable. I am all about Texas is a hellhole. You don't want to come here. It's terrible. I'll stay here for you. I'll report back, California. But it's an absolute Republican hellhole. They're going to do all kinds of crazy shit. You shouldn't come here. Stop. Turn around. Go back home. It's better for you in California. Yeah, it's $7 gas, and average house costs $1 million, but you don't want to come here. One day it's like 30 degrees. The other day it's like 75 degrees. Everything's flat. There's a lot of country music, and there's no, you just don't want to come here. They're going to ban abortion. Just say whatever crazy shit you need to say to make them stay away. I'm fine. Yes, I'm the motherfucker coming here and kicking the ladder out from behind me. You don't want to come here. It's terrible. Wink. So gatekeeping, I mean, like, dude, it's all evolution. Gatekeeping I wasn't about gatekeeping shit. I used to own a comic store. I don't want to gatekeep anybody spending comic money on my comic books. And yes, they were my comic books. That's how it went. When you buy from Diamond, I buy all the comic books that week, and then I put them on my shelf, and then hopefully you buy them. Now, that depends on if they're good or not. And, of course, comic book creatives and writers are not responsible to me or the customer according to them. They are, but they're not. They don't think they are. And when their books are shit, it affects me or the comic book shop owner, the retailer, the small business person that they pretend to be about, but they really, no, they can't stand them. So yeah, we need to make them feel as uncomfortable as they try to make us feel. Fuck that shit. You know, most people are very middle of the road, don't want any confrontation, just want to live their life, be happy, raise their kids. Most people just don't want to be fucked with. But we're constantly being fucked with now. And it's not something we can ignore anymore. It's long past that. So they bring up Johansson again or whatever, but we're going to go real quick. Let me go to Bounding. It's got a little different take on this. Because that's the Disney perspective. There's plans for a John Carter sequel. That's funny. I like John Carter. I thought it was pretty good. But that's Disney. That was Disney. That was failure Disney. All right. CEO Bob Chapek fully aligns company with LGBTQ plus agenda, declares that he will be an outspoken champion. And yeah, that's the part that the rest of that article misses in and this is, you know what? I know Bounding gets criticism, just like I get criticism. They offer a different side, a different perspective, one that is needed, one that filled a hole, shall we say. And that's why people go to Bounding and other sites like that. But there is a perspective here you're not getting anywhere else. Our employees, and this is from Chapek, by the way, our employees see the power of this great company as an opportunity to do good. I agree. You mean platform? Yes, we need to use our influence to promote that good by telling inclusive stories, but also by standing up for the rights of all. Who is all? Starting immediately, we are increasing our support for advocacy groups to combat similar legislation. So now they have chosen a side openly. Now we knew, I knew this years ago, but you cannot argue. Bob Chapek cannot come out and say that they are not that they are an apolitical company. They are not. They have chosen a side. They have chosen against you, the parent, you, the centrist, you, the classical liberal who just says, hey, why don't we just not groom kids? Can we not groom kids of straight, gay, trans? None of it. If we can't protect our children, we're kind of fucked. We are hard at work at creating new framework for our political giving that will ensure our advocacy better reflects our values. They're forgetting where they get their fucking money from. I think it's time people really start reminding them now. Otherwise, don't bitch. I was never a big Disney fan, but Marvel DC Comics spent hundreds on that shit. Obviously, used to be a big fan. They get dick from me now. Nothing. And today we are pausing all political donations in the state of Florida pending this review. Now that's important right there. Pending this review. They're not suspending their fucking. They have to play ball in Florida because Florida can make life very hard for them because you just can't pick up and move Disney World. I mean, it would be kind of funny. I mean, it's against the values, but it would be kind of funny if like Ron DeSantis went, okay, hey, you said rich people should pay their fair share. Okay. We'll start with you, Disney. This like sovereign nation you practically have in the middle of our state. We're going to put a alligator tag, fucking whatever. Disney's, I've got a book. I can't remember where it is. Disney's been covering up shit for years and years and years. They've always been a really pretty dastardly company. But yeah, this pushes it too far. And it pushes it too far because, again, this opens the door on every other company now. And now they're all going to have to capitulate. And you know why there is this last desperate move? Like this is the hill they're choosing to die on. The fucking grooming kids bill is because they know the pendulum is swinging and they're about to lose their fucking power. And honestly, if it crashed and burned, I'd just break out popcorn at this point. And today we are pausing all political donations. Yeah, right. Except for to other advocacy causes. That's not political, according to them. But I know there is much more work to be done. I am committed to this work, and you all, well, God, you fucking cuck, and will continue to engage with the LGBTQ plus community so that I can become a better ally. You'll hear more progress in the coming weeks, he stated. So big old Bob Chapek. Look at that. That is just a man. That is a deer in the fucking woke headlights. Bob Chapek bends the knee to the few, tells the many to fuck off, including parents. Go to Universal. Go to a park. Don't go to, like a national park. And I hope people of Florida put the screws to Disney. I really do. And yeah, that could happen. It's not going to happen in California. But Disneyland in California, there's only so much growing it can do before they're knocking down like apartment buildings and stuff. Chapek asserted that we are truly and infinitely a better, stronger company because of our LGBT community. I missed the mark in this case, but I am an ally you can count on, and I will be outspoken champion for grooming children. I will be very pro grooming children, says Bob Chapek. Visibility and opportunity you deserve. I will be an ally to the groomers of children. The new email comes after a statement from the Alphabet Pixar employees, another company they bought, a company that hasn't been doing that great lately. The Pixar employees accused Disney of removing gay content from their films, primarily aimed at children, writing nearly every moment of overly gay affection is cut at Disney's behest, regardless of when there is a protest from both the creative teams and the executive leadership of Pixar. Okay, I would say they're probably looking to make money, but yeah. Of course, they mentioned the pro-life bill from Georgia, where they continue to film to this day, by the way. There's Chad DeSantis. Chapek's mask-off moment also comes following comments from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, made while speaking to supporters in Boca Raton. A video obtained by Fox News shows DeSantis declaring, in the state of Florida, we are not going to allow them to inject transgenderism into kindergarten. First graders shouldn't have a woke gender ideology imposed in their curriculums. And that is what we are standing for, because we're standing for the kids and we're standing for the parents. I would say the curriculum should be English, adding, subtracting. You want to do something early, teach them how to manage their freaking money. That's probably a little more important. And I can tell you this, the chance that I am going to back down from my commitment to students and back down from my commitment to parents' rights simply because of a fraudulent media narratives or pressure from woke corporations, the chances are zero. And when you have companies that have made a fortune off of being family and catering to families and young kids, they should understand that parents of young kids do not want this injected into the kids' kindergarten classrooms, and they don't. I promise you they don't. Even fucking liberal parents are against this. This is not the hill you want to die on. It really is. Not in this country. This shit might pass in, other countries, but not here. I won't name any. They do not want their first graders to go and be told that they can choose an opposite gender. This is not appropriate for those kids. So if you're family friendly, understand the parents who are actually raising families want to have their rights respected, and the vast majority of your clientele. Now, okay, let me dial that back a little bit. Disney Plus. Apparently Disney Plus, more than half of its subscribers do not have children. Now, I don't know how they get that data. I don't recall when I did sign up initially, before I canceled it, of course, them asking if I had kids. Maybe they did. I don't know. That's not the kind of thing I would answer, though. I tend not to answer all that shit. I always answer, like, when they want my birth date, I'm always like a couple years off, a couple days off. It's none of their fucking business. Also, or I just make something up. Also, I think you have companies like Disney that are going to say and criticize parents' rights. They're going to criticize the fact that we don't want transgenderism in kindergarten and first grade classrooms. If that's the hill they're going to die on, then how do they possibly explain lining their pockets with their relationship with the Communist Party of China? Because that's what they do, and they make a fortune, and they don't say a word about the really brutal practices that you see over there at the hands of the CCP. Like thanking a concentration camp. And no, I'm not making that up, just in case you're new to the channel. The movie Milan thanked the region and the operators of a concentration camp, a re-education camp for the Uyghur Muslims who live in China, who want to have, I guess, more than one kid or something like, it's horrible. It's utterly horrible. There's pictures everywhere. Disney does not talk about it. The NBA doesn't talk about it. Warner Brothers doesn't talk about it. Hollywood doesn't talk about it. Now, there has been a recent development. China's pretty much starting to cut off Hollywood. I think the relationship is over. I think there are some movies that are still going to be released, but as far as being able to rely on China in the future, we're not so sure. We're going to have to see that. And good. They should not be making movies for the CCP. The Chinese people got no beef, obviously. I've got some viewers. I don't know how, because it's banned in China, but I do. And I've received letters, very nice letters. And don't get caught. Don't get in trouble. Okay, Disney CEO Bob Chapek admitted at Disney's 2021 annual meeting of shareholders that had been actively opposing the bill through back channels, despite previously sending out an email to his employees claiming the companies would not be taking a stance on the bill. You know what? There are woke shareholder groups out there, and I'm certain there are shareholder groups for both sides, and I'm sure it's a power struggle. But yeah, this is just a loser. It's an absolute loser, folks. Good for DeSantis for standing his ground and not capitulating to Disney. If it wasn't for Florida remaining open during the COOF, Disney wouldn't have made shit. And this is how they thank you. This is how they thank you. Because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And we're talking about the top brass capitulating to political organizations specifically, not to actual individuals who are LGBTQ+, because I know you're not a hive mind. I know a lot of you are over here, and you agree with this. Because it's not, it's a very common sense approach to not want to groom children. It's fucking sick. And it's not an argument you want to make. All right. And again, I understand the nuances. For one, I'm an adult. I'm a parent. I know. I'm just saying, let's deal with that at an older age. That's all. I'm not saying let's not deal with it. That's not the way to go either. Older age. Let's focus our curriculums on teaching our kids shit they need to know, because our school systems suck. And they suck because of the teachers union. Who, if they had their way, wouldn't be allowing kids back in school yet. They're still wearing masks in Los Angeles as we speak. God, and like, I want to talk about motherfucking movies and TV shows. Like, this is the poison that they have injected themselves with and poured into the well of fandom. It's just poison. And now we're seeing companies affect elections, which they always have, but it's so open now. Like, so many masks are off. And this is such a shit position that I cannot, like, I can and I can't believe. Like, this is so dumb. But a lot of people are going to go to Disney World tomorrow. And I understand everybody's got their own individual ways. Life is short. You want to have fun. But I will just say this. Oh, this is not something I'd want to be funding. I mean, it's impossible not to fund Disney, though. That's just a fact. They own companies. I have no idea how many companies they owned, and I know there's a list out there. That list isn't accurate. It's not accurate. It's mostly accurate, but it's not entirely accurate. They own pieces of stuff we will never, ever know. So use your voice. Call it out. And you know what? Like, in specific areas. Hit them in specific areas. What's like their biggest money makers? I mean, they might own a butter company or what, fuck it, I don't know, just pulling something out of my ass. And we'll never know, but if you just don't go to Disneyland when you went to Disneyland, if you take your $6,500 that you were going to spend on the Galactic Star Cruiser and take your kids somewhere worthwhile, like fucking, you can go to Egypt right now for cheaper. It's pretty safe. You can get a guided tour. Go see like the pyramids, something brilliant, instead of some bullshit at fucking Disney. I don't know. Take a road trip. Go see our country. Go rent a motorhome. Drive around. It's pretty brilliant. What's up, Enoch Maman? Thank you for the $5 donation. If these Chinese people want a strong government, I should try to understand that, or else I'm being racist. I then brought up the camps. He said he wasn't a fan, but the U.S. is much better. Did I forget to mention? Oh, this is part 3 of 3. I was like, wow, that's so out of order. Okay, hang on. We're going to go back. We're going to wind up. Well, first we'll do Man of War 665, Neighbor of the Beast. He says, now you know your ESGs. Next time, won't you sing with me? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know if it's ESGs. I would say the ESGs is the theory behind that is they get actual funding from the government to promote propaganda. That would at least make some, I would hate it, but like if they're getting money for something, that makes sense to me. It's evil as fuck, but it makes sense. I don't think it's that. Maybe. I think they get a lot of kickbacks. They get a lot of tax write-offs for supporting politicians. Oh, no, I know they get a lot of kickbacks and tax write-offs for supporting politicians. Remember, Gavin Newsom betrayed them, and they still funded his recall effort to get him to knock down the recall. The recall that, by all accounts, should have just completely wiped him out. The dude isn't popular now. People hate him in California. But he passes with 60% of the vote? And I'm not supposed to say the words, something doesn't add up. I'm not supposed to say that there's something I don't trust. I'm not supposed to bring up that now mail-in ballots are completely legal in California after the recall. I'm not supposed to question that on this platform. It's too bad. Enoch Maman, this is one of three. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Man of War. 665, the neighbor of the beast. You're right. It's ESG time. Now you know your ESGs. Next time, won't you sing with me? That's how it was supposed to go. I had lunch with my mom and stepdad yesterday. I said I was against RG swaps, race and gender swaps. Heard the usual. They're capitalists trying to tap a diverse market. They wouldn't do woke storytelling if they didn't make money, etc. That wasn't the worst part, says part 1 of 3. This is part 2 of 3. The worst part happened later when I brought up the racist movie posters made in China. He tried to deflect and talk about racism in America. I outright asked him if he was defending the CCP. He said I shouldn't try to instill American values on others. Wow. If the Chinese people want a strong government, I should try to understand or else I'm being racist. I brought up the camps. He said he wasn't a fan, but the U.S. isn't much better. Did I forget to mention that he's a college professor? Well, Dad, there you go. There you go. College professor, no offense to anybody's parents or anything, but means dick to me. Scholarship, fucking pieces of paper are just pieces of paper. My toilet paper means more to me than your piece of paper that says you have a bachelor's degree or you're a PhD. Yeah, academics aren't the most popular people in the world, and, you know, that's sad. That's sad, but that's something they did to themselves. But you're not. You're an academic in name only, all right? Because the definition is somebody who would look at something from both sides, kind of like science, asking a lot of questions. But now we have science TM and academia TM. All politicized. And when something gets politicized, you don't trust it. And God damn, again, I would love to be just sitting here and talking about like how the Batman was too long. And like what went wrong with, I mean, like why did they try to put 3 endings into one movie or, you know, something like that. And you know, the great soundtrack that I've been listening to nonstop. But nope. And alls I was doing this entire weekend, we had Quarter Black over. And by the way, I know he's listening out there, so what an asshole. What a dick. I am so charitable for hiring that. No, I'm just kidding. No, he's like one of the best people I've ever met. Like such a great guy. Such a great guy. And we knocked this shit out. And I'm sitting here, you know, hanging up all these like Doctor Who action figures that I have an immense amount of. And all this shit I love. And thinking about, like, you know, things were progressing just fine. I mean, maybe not fast enough for some, but you got to have, I don't know, a pragmatic approach to life and understand that life is the way it is. And the fact that we're changing, and I would say rapidly, if you look at history, that's pretty good. It was pretty good, but it wasn't good enough for some. The some who want to destroy everything. That's all they want to do. They don't want to change this shit. They want to destroy it. Amazon doesn't give a fuck about Tolkien. They want their own Lord of the Rings. That has all been confirmed at this point. Now, I know there's rumors out there. I don't play the rumor game, so I'm not going to, you know, we could talk about them, and they certainly sound ridiculous enough to be true. Like they're making up another villain. Like prior to Sauron, they're making up another villain. I mean, we got Warrior Galadriel. So I can't say it's not true. But I'd rather react to like what happens. And if somebody calls it correctly, I will definitely give them credit for it. For sure. I can say that I've talked to a couple people, and the writing being at CW level is certainly there. Certainly, I mean, like, that's going to be horrific. But some would argue that the Wheel of Time writing was CW level compared to the Robert Jordan books. Now, I can't judge that because I haven't read the books. Maybe you guys in the chat can affirm that or say it's bullshit. I don't know. But we'll see. Manowar 665, the neighbor of the beast, says, now I'm spinning a broken record. Yahoo Finance had a Bank of America report all over the site stating that companies are losing out on trillions by not implementing diversity ESG practices. These fuckers are scared and doubling down. Keep aware, motherfuckers. That's right. Good. Good. Make the companies scared of us. Make the companies scared of us. Listen, you broke a lot of habits. The Batman is doing well. It's doing well. Its trajectory is doing okay, but there's caveats involved. It's doing pretty well for a post-pandemic movie. And for the, like, what is it? I had the count now. It's the 13th Batman movie. I think a lot of people have brought up something very, I think this is a very legitimate argument that this is a big fucking setup for something woke. Yeah. Until I see otherwise, yeah. What are we already hearing? There's going to be a secret in Bruce Wayne. They're not going to, like, fast forward 2 or 3 years. It's going to stay young Batman, still learning from mistakes. There's going to be more secrets. It's going to be more of this fucking mystery box bullshit. And yeah, be prepared. But it's doing well. It's doing well. Its trajectory is under, like, The Dark Knight. I don't know if it's under The Dark Knight Rises. We'll have to see. Salty Gamer for $5, one of two on the donation side. Thank you very much. I've worked in public education for 10 years. I've never seen this level of contempt for parents and the taxpayer that there is now. I was recently in a meeting and some of the employees are mocking parents concerned with CRT and transgender issues. That's one of two. Educators that do not follow these woke ways are being forced out by policies being put in place. The best advice to taxpayers and parents: go to meetings, vote down budgets, be heard. They work for you. All they understand is money and PR. That's right. And what happened was parents got busy, and the vast majority of us, and I'll use the us language here, weren't going to meetings, weren't going to, and we need to. And I think that's another good thing that came out of the disaster that was the coof was, oh shit, I'm seeing what my kids are being taught now. The mashup for 3, and thank you very much for the $5 super chats. Wise words. That's an educator telling you, hey, get out there. That's the only way to stop it. How did you feel about do you feel like the Batman was woke? Also, would you mind shouting out my YouTube channel? No, just call it The Mashup. Check out The Mashup on YouTube. Would appreciate it. Sure. Thanks for the $3. I have no problem doing that. Do I think the Batman overall was a woke movie? No, but it was very close. Very, very, very close. The first 3 quarters were just like a detective story, but there are underlying themes in there that I did not like a weak Bruce Wayne. That was a weak Batman. It was a very weak, it was an emo, weak Batman. The incel Riddler, which apparently has been confirmed now, but I didn't need it to be confirmed because I saw it. I watched it. That's exactly what Hollywood is doing. Believe me, you're gonna see a lot of incel bad guys and January 6th bad guys coming up very, very soon. Like, look at the Boys trailer. And yes, Homelander is landing at a Trump rally, and it's got I don't know what his name is, the guy who's basically the symbol of January 6th, the Buffalo dude or whatever the fuck he is. I forgot his name. I don't know if he's in jail or not, but they've got him. Like, it's there. It's there. And the creator said that this is going to be a study in toxic masculinity. Wow. And that's pretty much what shows do now. They have a first season that lures you in, and then they go full on woke because they think they have a mandate. Like, we're popular now. Boys won a bunch of awards, but I did not. I thought last season was crap. I did. Seeing the intro reminded me I need to order more Geek Grind coffee. God damn, I love supporting that company that doesn't openly hate me for appearing with me and agreeing with for not agreeing with me 100%. Got to support the good ones, people, says Agent Zero. Thank you for the $10. Yes, Geek Grind will not capitulate any of that bullshit. They've been watching us for years, and they're fans of a lot of our shows. They're fellow members of the audience here, so we really appreciate them. And it was cool that they did that special blend. I love that. The all hail blend. If you're just tuning in, I will not be streaming Elden Ring. I will not be streaming Elden Ring. All right, I'm going to get a couple super chats, and I'm going to talk about that vaguely about a conversation I had that was really interesting. What I want to give you is a little hope, a little bit of hope. After this dark ass shit, this Disney stuff, I got to talk about it though. I can't not talk about this as a parent, as a nerd, a company that owns Marvel and Lucasfilm. So Marvel and Lucasfilm support grooming. How do you like that, George Lucas? How do you think Stan Lee feels about that? In the netherworld, where he's arguing with Jack Kirby. That's how I imagine it. Kirby's just like on his ass the whole time. Like they're in heaven. And they're just arguing. It's great. Rest in peace, Stan. I miss you, buddy. Here we go. Yeah, so I've had this camera for a year and a half, and I finally set it up. This isn't going to be my permanent location in here, so we still got some lighting to do over the next month. We're gonna somebody was kind enough to email me. We're gonna get a couple of lighting professionals. Maybe even get, I don't know. I kind of want to get him over to be my first. I got somebody else planned for a first interview, but I want to get Eric July over here. See if I can, me and him could have a conversation about the Rippaverse and other things. Sluggy Sums for $5 says, nothing, just for $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. We also have a $50 super chat. Can you see that part? Yes, you can, right there. Says F name, I name for $50. Thank you very much. Says Disney owns 6.9% stake in Boy Butter, the preeminent lubricant. Also, leave those kids alone. The GAS. That's, by the way, the gays are saying that. The gays. And we appreciate that. I'm going to use a bad analogy. For it's honestly, it's the difference between the LGBTQ plus organization, political organization, and the individual person. In prison, when somebody was getting out of line, right? And everything is divided by race in prison, at least when I was there. When somebody was getting out of line, you went to each racial group had a tank captain or leader. What happened was other races would go to leader of that race of the person who's causing trouble and say, check your dude. Check him now, or we're going to check him. So they usually, it either got taken care of or it turned into like a massive race riot. So rarely did it turn into a massive race riot, but certainly those happened. But most of the time, it's a guy being a knucklehead, and yeah, the leader or the tank captain, that's what they call them in county jails, would handle it. Tank captain or the person you go to. We need LGBTQ plus people speaking out against this openly to prove that like this isn't some like, because the powers that be, the organization, the political one, wants everyone to believe that everybody's on board with this, which is just not the case. So we need to hear from you. This is about protecting kids. This isn't about denying your existence. Nobody wants to do that. It's not even mentioned in this. Nobody wants to do that. We're talking about little children. And the fact that we even have to talk about it shows how far we have fallen. Thank you. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for saying something. I appreciate it. We all do. Red Ring of Death. Welcome to the protomolecule level, which is now, it's going to be changing to the radicalized level. Okay, just so you know. We got Nicholas Kreuzer. Says the PC version of Elden Ring is horrific. It needs to pre-cache. Okay, pre-cache hitch all the shaders anytime something new pop up. I don't even know what that is, man. So it's glitchy. That sucks. I won't be playing it. I mean, I heard the game's awesome, and I'm like really happy that you guys have an awesome game out there to have a lot of fun with, and you know, maybe it's just not woke. It's just a fucking good game. Great. I've lost all my friends to it. So, yeah, I just hope you have a good time. Wheel of Time, the first season was very good, captured the essence of the characters very well. It will always be an unabridged version of the books, but I think they did a good job and well written, says Kelvin Books for 10 British pounds. All right. I've heard very different, but especially go check out Lady Gravemaster. She has a very different opinion on that one, but I didn't watch it, so. Thunderstorm, Woken, and the toilet rings of Amazon. That's pretty much what we're going to get. To anybody who said you haven't seen it yet, it hasn't come out, we've seen it. Last Jedi, Force Awakens, Rise of Skywalker, Star Trek Picard, Star Trek Discovery, Doctor Who seasons 11, 12, and 13, Captain Marvel, everything from Disney Plus in the last year. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the story. Felipe Abrigo for 10,000 Chilean pesos. Hi, Gary. Pink Floyd retired their work from Russia and Belarus. Now I know that as a fan, they can betray me and turn their backs on me anytime, but I won't be retiring my work from either country. Philip Cope Music. Good for you. Good for you. I honestly don't believe that Pink Floyd retiring their... What does that even mean? They're just going to pirate your shit. So you're just not going to accept money from them. The Russian people who have mostly done nothing to you. This is a government decision. But, all right, punish the people. That won't cause any problems in the future. Isolate and punish the populace. Okay, all right. We'll see. It's a very nuanced situation over there that I don't know enough about because I'm not some poli-sci guy. But there's a lot of bullshit. Timing was very interesting. And apparently COVID's over now. Oh, that is good news. TN Toys for 2 British pounds. I thought that was going to close for good, and I was wondering if there was an old pub that Tolkien used to go to hang out with like C.S. Lewis and his buds that was closing down for good, but Eagle and Child Tolkien Pub could reopen in the spring. Good. I was like, can't somebody crowdfund? I mean, can't the Tolkien estate save their ass? I mean, they just got all that Amazon. How about Amazon? I mean, that's a historic place. I mean, if there was crowdfunding and I knew about it, I'd try to support it. Josiah Fitch for $5 says, "Wow, Gary, the studio looks awesome. Congrats." Thank you. Thank you very much. I had a lot of help from Quarter Black, and we're working hard, and we haven't even broken out all the hot toys yet. Superman, my life-size Superman did not fit in the office. It's 8 feet 6 inches tall, and the ceiling is only 8 feet. So we had to put it in our game room, and Mrs. Nerdrotic is thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. So I don't know what I'm going to put in here to replace it, but I'll figure out something. I had a whole plan around that, and now sometimes plans go up in smoke. Here's a $5 just because you're the best. You really make my TV happy, bruv. Fuck the BBC. Big ups on Friday Night Tights. Thank you, Gary Brunton, for 5 British pounds. Thank you, bruv. Can't wait to go to the UK. Guess we can go there now. Very excited about that. Oh, my God. I'll have to go see Russell Brand. I don't even know what's going on with him, but like a complete reverse. It's like, it's good. It's good to see people like that speaking out. I mean, Bill Maher's still 95% a complete fucking moron, but like he says some shit that needs to be said. And we do need to hear it from people like that more often. A lot more often. Culture Casino for $5. I agree with this, sir. And thank you. You have to hit Disney at the theme parks. That is their cash cow. They can't support the weight of the message without them. Yes. Yeah, stop going to the theme parks. I'll stop. I'll start with me. I will stop going to something I stopped going to a long time ago. The last time, my last trip to Disneyland, and I used to go to Disneyland every year, multiple times a year. It's the only thing I liked about Disney. Since I was a wee little lad. Early 70s, been going to Disneyland. My house was only 60 miles away from it growing up. So my dad took us there all the time. And then, me and the boys used to go all the time and fuck around. I used to go and party like a maniac there when it was like there was a dance club. Disney in the 80s was weird. Disneyland in the 80s was a weird place, but there was a club there and you could party. But the last time I went, somebody was kind enough to get me and Jeremy in during Comic-Con at 2019. So we booked it up to Disney, and a bunch of the audience of Geeks and Gamers on my channel. I think there was like 15 of us. We were running around Galaxy's Edge, running around Disneyland. We all got in for free. It was great. It was great. Galaxy's Edge sucked. It was terrible. It was boring. The most exciting thing I saw was a swarm of bees, which I did get at the end of my video. There's a video of me walking through Galaxy's Edge. That's the last time I'm ever going. That's it. I'd much rather go to Universal. And even the Marvel stuff, I mean, you're not going to see like a real Captain America. You're going to see Black Falcon Captain America. And only a matter of time till you see Miles Morales. Or Captain Marvel. I love that Eric is just as pissed as I was about the race, the gender swap of Marvel and Captain Marvel. I was fucking furious with that. Annette fucking Bening. She was supposed to be Catwoman before Michelle Pfeiffer. Yep, they cast her and I think she got injured or knocked up. Can't remember, one of the two. If you're going to a park to have a good family time, you need to think about that. It is time spent together, not the place. John Orchard, you're right. For $20, you're right. Just take your family. There's lots of parks you can go to. I got a Six Flags kind of near me. I'll have to go check it out. The end goal of this garbage is making pedos legal. Yeah. We have to stop them. DeSantis seems to be the only politician to fight against it. It makes me absolutely sick, said Swiss Brody for 10, I'm going to say, I don't know what a CHF is, so we're going to say a Martian peso. Yes, there are politicians in the state Senate of California who want to make it legal. Yep. That's what they're moving towards, and it's just no. And I'll tell you the argument they're going to use, right? Because if you hear it on its surface, if you hear this argument on its surface, it's a legit argument for an appropriate age. Kids coming out. You're born gay. You're born gay. That's the way I see it. You're born gay. I could be wrong, but you're born gay. So you come out right around the time you come out when you like girls, right? So hopefully this conversation goes down with your parents, right? But sometimes it goes down with your friends. Sometimes things happen. Like, did I ever have a talk with my dad? No, I never had the talk with my dad. I think the closest talk I brought home a girlfriend and he's all okay. My kid's not gay. That's about it. But that's what they will use that. So they want to use something legitimate for an older age of kids talking to their parents about being gay. And they want to use that. They're going to use that as a backdoor to get into very dastardly, dark shit. And we need the LGBTQ plus community to come out against it. They're the ones that would crush it. But if you're going to say, hey, we don't want to sexualize kids, kindergarten to third grade, by the way, that's what we're talking about. And it should be kindergarten to fifth grade. And if you're saying that that's anti-gay, that's not true. That's just not true. I lived in San Francisco for 18 years, raised 2 kids in San Francisco where they weren't taught that shit at an early age. They figured things out because kids are fucking smart, smarter than parents in some cases, and really smarter than fucking teachers in some cases. And yeah, the stuff works out as long as we're just teaching them what they need to know. Reading, writing, arithmetic. That's what we're talking about. All that other shit can come later. What's up, Gary? I was going to see Sonic 2 next month, but because Paramount and others are at war battling with the public, and others are war baiting the public with Ukraine, I won't give them a dime, says Retro Meister for $5. Is Paramount getting involved? Are they withholding stuff from? Is everybody withholding stuff from Russia? So Pirate Bay is just going to have a great month, maybe 2. Yeah, I'm a little disturbed by certain things I see. You can absolutely question the war without automatically. I'm seeing people being labeled as Putin supporters for questioning. And this is the same fucking shit we saw with fucking COVID. It's the same shit. I got questions. Anti-vaxxer. I got questions. You must support Putin. You are an enemy of the state. Well, if asking questions makes me an enemy of the state, what kind of state do we live in? Last time in Beijing, taxi had a police badge. Wow. Asked him why. And he said he used to be a cop. He was assigned to take criminals to the hospital to get organs removed. He couldn't do it and quit. What? Phyllis Stadius for $10? I mean, I've heard about that. I mean, we saw that in, what did we see that? We saw that in Squid Game. Squid Game. Yeah, that stuff happens in Mexico too. And it has been for a long time. I wish I could watch, says Enoch Maman for $20, says, I wish I could watch I could read a news article or watch the news and never have a moment where I scream, fuck you, at the top of my lungs. It's a dream, I know. Maybe someday the dream may come true. Yeah. You just shake your head because Disney, all's fucking Disney had to do was shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, hold your ground. But they're cowards. These are all fucking cowards. And these are Hollywood cowards. They should never have any power. And they do. They have power over politicians. And these are the most vapid, shallow human beings on earth. They don't know right from wrong. That's why they can't write heroes anymore, because they don't understand them or outright think a hero, male or female, is evil. Good is bad, black is white, up is down. 2 + 2 = 5. That's where we're at right now. Because of bald, dickless fucking cowards like Bob Chapek and Bob Iger, who presses his fucking jeans, a dumb fucking weatherman who had to read the weather off a teleprompter, became a CEO of a corporation, goes, I can spend money and buy stuff. I'm brilliant. I'm going to write a book and be president. Dun, dun. Fucking fuck that dude. Imagine being Jon Favreau and getting notes from the CEO on how to write your show. And it's like, this motherfucker who presses his jeans and read the weather off a teleprompter wants to give me notes on my TV, on the TV show. Okay, so I had a conversation this week with someone. And the reason I'm not stating their name yet. Okay, so it'll be about a year till I can tell you who it was. And I'm sorry. I am not bound by any contract or anything. It was just I gave my word. So it was curious that I was going to have this conversation. It's not the only one I've had, by the way. But I'll have them. I'm open to them. I think we need to talk. I think dialogue is good. You know what? Look what happened to G4. Look what happened to G4. They had to switch their channels because they imploded their fucking whole business model. So G4 is now X-Play, and the old X-Play channel, which was much smaller, is now the G4 channel. They've canceled a couple shows. Believe me, they're going to cancel more because they're bleeding subscribers and nobody's watching their very expensive show. And listen, I'm not flexing is cringe, okay? Flexing is absolutely cringe. I mean, I'll be proud and I'll, like, when I hit a subscriber milestone, I'll say thank you because that's a thank you. But, like, me using subs or followers to shame or fucking anybody, that is the, I mean, like, you have no dick. You have no balls if you do that kind of shit, all right? But once in a while, I'll just point out that, like, my very tiny operation that works on a budget, right? That to where I'm grateful I can afford to hire a couple people to help me out. It's very good. By the way, they had to be good, and if it wasn't Perry or Quarter Black, it wouldn't be anybody. An X-Ray Girl. They're here because they're extraordinary at what they do, and I trust them. But if they left, I probably wouldn't replace them with anybody. I'd probably just do it myself. Just to be clear on that. I mean, I'm not, I don't need to be a leader of men and women. I just don't. I'd rather do shit myself. But sometimes you can't. Okay. That being said, I don't have a massive it was a 65,000 square foot studio. That's fucking huge. And they're not making enough money to rent this room, which is 15 by 15. This little room in I mean, I know I'm like Eric July. I'm a total loser. I just got a room in my house. I don't have any bitches. Okay, maybe one. Quarter Black Garrett. But I'm just kidding, QBG. He's out there driving and listening. I'm just kidding. I've got a wife, a wonderful, brilliant wife, who will bring me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich once in a while. Justice for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They're fucking good. Yeah. Loser. I will carry that loser mantle. But there's no way they can afford this stuff. And it was, if you go watch It's a Gundam's 2 brilliant videos on the subject of G4, he breaks down like this is a massive investment thing for esports, and they have an esports stadium that they're all building for. And this is all supposed to be one big old plan put on by Comcast, a subsidiary of Comcast. And one big mouth fucking SJW buried it. So this should be a lesson for Disney and everybody else. One fucking big mouth SJW couldn't shut the fuck up and just stick to the teleprompter, who by the way couldn't shut up in her previous career and got booted, just cost millions for this company. Millions. Of course they can't fire her, because then she'd go out and go, "You fired me because I'm a fucking big bird looking lesbian." Whatever. You should be fired. You should be fired immediately for what you did, because you didn't just call an audience sexist. You called your own audience sexist. Your own fucking audience. You said, "I see you out there. I see you in the chat." That's your own fucking audience. And now they're done. Now they're done. And in record time, absolute record time. Well, this shit is happening in Hollywood, folks. They're not going to talk about it because they hide their streaming numbers. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Why do they hide their streaming numbers? Because they're astronomically low. They're low. I don't care about a Creative Cloud update. Fuck off. They're low. If they weren't, they'd tell us. This is fucking Hollywood. If 10 million people watched each episode of Boba Fett, Disney Plus would be telling you. So what's the number where they won't tell you? A couple million, under a million. And when you have 100 million subscribers, and remember, Disney's goal in 2024 is between 230 and 260 million subscribers. That is in 1 year, a little over 1.5 years. It's not growing at that rate, by the way. It's not. And everybody loves little growth. I understand that. But people are starting to wake up to stuff. I've always said that Disney, in particular, they cast directors. They cast writers. They don't hire them. Hiring them would be, "Hey, you writing person or directing person, we want your skills at writing and directing." No. That stuff is already done for them. And yes, some of the directing is done for them. Previs, special effects, and these shows aren't run like normal TV shows. They have writers, but they don't have a showrunner, because basically Kevin Feige runs everything, and he runs everything with pretty much an iron fist now. That's why it's strange, for lack of a better term, that Sam Raimi came in to direct Doctor Strange. But they needed, you notice they didn't virtue signal with that directing job. They didn't bring some directing team that did a movie about 2 lesbians sitting at a table talking for an hour and a half that won a bunch of awards that nobody watched. They brought in Sam Raimi for the movie that mattered. But they do a lot of that with Disney Plus. Well, apparently, and we've seen this in the past, by the way, a lot of people don't like this. And they shouldn't. If you're an artist, you shouldn't. Now, of course, are you going to blame somebody for having an opportunity to direct a big Hollywood superhero film, whether it be DC or Marvel? Of course not. And not everybody is aware of what's going on. Even now, I know with some that might be hard to believe. You've been around this for, years now. But there's people who are still unaware. Just completely unaware. Well, you never know who's watching. You never know who's watching. You never know who's reading this chat. I've said this for a long, long time. They absolutely pay attention. They absolutely hear people. Sometimes they react. They react to what the fans said. The best example, the greatest example is Sonic. Somebody brought up Sonic. The director of Sonic, I'm going to get his name. I keep forgetting his name, but I owe the guy this much respect. Jeff Fowler. Jeff Fowler needs to be credited. This is a man. This is a man who admitted to his mistake and did the simplest fucking thing you can do. Showed respect to the paying customer, to the fan. To the fan. And said, hey, I heard you. You weren't happy with this. Tell you what, we're going to go back to the drawing board. We're going to fix the look of Sonic because, Sonic fans, I've had experience with Sonic fans at the comic store. They are a passionate bunch. They like their Sonic. Respect that. They're the reason you're there. And that's exactly how he treated them. He's all, you guys know better than I do. So I'm going to fix it. Hopefully you'll like it. We're going to do the best we can. Thank you for your feedback. And he ignored all the threats he got or what, because he probably got very few of them. What he probably looked at like a human being was all the, hey, we don't like this look. I mean, it's a CG animated creature. You can make him look more like he does in the game and you'll make more money. It's a fan giving you very positive advice that you need to listen to. Well, believe it or not, there are still creatives who aren't so fucking full of themselves that they'll listen to people once in a while. That might be the case of certain things that are going on right now. Not everything. Not everything. Because I tell you right now, Kevin Feige shoots a lot of ideas down. Unless it's Sam Raimi. Now, I do have a friend who is telling me that the Doctor Strange is going to be good. Like he's and he's a good friend. And he said, no, it's going to be good. So we'll see. I will wait and see on that one. But I think everything else is going to be shit. DC recently delayed The Flash for a year, maintaining, and they also delayed Aquaman, maintaining that there isn't enough special effects people to work on the movies. Like they've all been taken up by other companies or COVID had something to do with it. And that's plausible. That is a plausible explanation. You and I have seen in the real world. It's not the case here in Texas as much, but in California, it was very noticeable. So if you're from Texas, this might sound alien to you, but even when I left California, there wasn't enough employees for the work. It was very bizarre, right? So you go to your average American strip mall and you'd see two different signs, for lease and help wanted, right? So there isn't enough workers for the work. Target is having a hard time getting employees. Starbucks is having a hard time getting employees. I was talking about this with Quarter Black Garrett. At least you guys have 24-hour places around here still. Pretty much outside of 7-Eleven, California, all the 24-hour grocery stores are not 24 hours anymore because they can't staff anything. They can't. So maybe that's the case for Hollywood. Now, I worked in Hollywood, and at a time where if you threw a rock up in the air, it would land on a writer with a script who knows how to edit and do special effects. Like there was a glut of people there. There's too many. That's why they were able to, hire people like yours truly, who had a particular set of skills and not have to pay top dollar because so many fucking people in Hollywood were selling themselves out for exposure and not, demanding top dollar for their skills. So Hollywood was able to get editors for $25 an hour when you should be making $100 based on your skill. But you only get what you negotiate, says RMB. And he's right. He's fucking right. So whether I that's plausible. What I really think is the Batman did well. They saw the Flash and they went, let's let the Batman breathe a little bit. Let's not step on the Batman, because the last time we did this, we had the Joker make $1 billion and then we came out with Birds of fucking Prey. Birds of Prey. Remember the movie that the Access Media stumped for and tried to tell us was a hit, and everybody was telling us it's great? That was actually a giant piece of shit. Yeah, that Birds of Prey. Because whoever had the genius idea of desexualizing Margot Robbie's Harlequin. Breaking news: people like Harlequin because of the sexualized nature of the character. But now she's a feminist icon, and people just don't care about her as much as they used to. I got a toy on the show. I can't show it now, but it's the Killing Joke, right? And it comes with 2 action figures. It comes with a Joker and a Harlequin and a nightie. They can't make shit like that. And that thing was only produced, 10 years ago? Mad Love's great story, by the way. Great story. If you want a good Batman the Animated Series story, get Mad Love. It's called Mad Love. Joker's fucked up in it, man. And it's like the animated series Joker. He's fucked up. Almost as fucked up as the real life Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill's starting to turn into the Joker, but not as charming. Yeah, I said it. Fuck Mark Hamill. And how dare he say that about the Kenobi trailer? Oh, Kenobi's going to be a mess. That's going to be a hot fucking mess. Robert Cherry for $4.99 says, spot on, Gary. Spot on. Thank you. Dude, it's not like I'm going, thank you for the kind words, but I don't think I'm saying anything that outrageous. Hey, teachers, leave them kids alone. Leave them kids alone. Keep your fucking little paws off and your indoctrinations out of our kids' head. And you know what? If you don't have kids and you don't remember when you were a kid, or you actively hate kids, you're one of those people who goes, I hate kids, stay out of the conversation. Maybe just stay out of this one. I saw, what did I see about Tim Pool in here? I'll read the damn Vasco one. Here we go. Gary, check out Blind Guardian's Nightfall in Middle Earth album based on the Silmarillion. Dan Vast covered their Lord of the Rings song. Mahler would probably dig them too. I have checked them out. They're fucking awesome. I love that shit. If maybe I'll ask him if I can use some of their music in some of my videos. I got to ask him first. I wouldn't want to just go out. I mean, I will with some people. I'll just go out and use their shit. But I give him credit. And I don't use the whole song. I just use a little piece. Like some kid did a great, and it was some kid did a great, guitar version of the Batman theme. So I used it. It's weird how I could. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. So Matthew Hammond, by the way, that was Diaz de los Muertos for $19.99. Thank you very much. Matthew Hammond for $10 says, Dallas Sonier of production company Bonfire Legend, they made Daily Wire movies, said on Timcast IRL that Pixar employees are leaving. Disney is favoring their internal studio for theatrical releases. Well, good. Like I said, if the problem element leaves, if the good employees are leaving, that's a problem. If the problem element leaves, you let them. You let them. And it's about, yeah, maybe you should feel, if you know what? I'm not going to apologize for this. If you are for grooming children, I hope you feel really fucking uncomfortable. That means you're still human. If you don't feel uncomfortable with wanting to groom children, then I'm going to do my best to make you feel uncomfortable. Last time, I read that one. Wokeness should be scoured from our schools because it destroys educational standards. True. Aside from all the horrendous morality in teachings, James Howard for $5. Absolutely correct. They're not universities. We need to be teaching our kids the basics. And guess what? The teachers and the teachers' unions are mostly failing at that miserably, and they love to blame the parents. And you know what? The parents aren't free of blame in certain cases. Making sure your kids get to school, making sure they're dressed, their teeth are brushed, and they show up on time, giving them a stable household. There's a lot of issues. There is, and sometimes it's not the parents' fault. Sometimes there's a single parent out there doing the best they can, doing the best they fucking can. And I understand that. I do. But that's where you go out and help people, right? So, like in my personal life, Melissa, my wife, has a friend, and she had a kid at a very early age, and she was a very talented person. So she wanted to learn hair. But she had to go to school and be away from her very young child. And she was separated for a long time. The young child was with the grandma, and it was just a miserable experience for both of them. So we said, hey, why don't you live with us? That way you can live with your kid, and our kids can hang out and go to school. And we did that for a while, and it worked. Helped her get through school. She was able to spend time with her kid a little more. And, yeah, it worked out. It helped immensely. See, that's people working shit out. We don't need states working shit out. I mean, if we had a state that was truly impartial, one that's like, hey, we want the best interest of the kid, best interest of the kids, completely open to the parents. In a perfect world, the parents would pay more attention to. And you know what? That's something we all need to do. We all need to pay more attention to what's going on in the schools. And that's how the poisonous elements were able to infiltrate. And the same goes for Hollywood and all the places we like, all the things we like right now, is we just didn't think that there was that many of them, or they would get that organized, or would get that bad. Well, it did. It did. So we got to do the same fucking thing. Because it works. It obviously works. So let's just do what they did. Make people feel uncomfortable. Gatekeep. Infiltrate. Okay. I'm at the point. Okay. Sage Z says the room's looking good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Blue-eyed Roof Korean, the base for $2 says gatekeeping has a bad connotation. Use curating. How about fortifying? Can I use fortifying? I'll use curating. Let's fortify fandom. Culture Casino for $5 says all Chapek had to do was ignore the mob. That's all he had to do. He's Bob Chapek. What's this mob going to do? Quit? That'd be the best thing possible. They're going to make you look bad for a little while. You already look bad, dude. And now you look worse. Now you look worse. So, I mean, Chapek is a fucking moron. Obviously a fucking moron. Because he didn't think he was going to have to answer to parents. He was way more worried about the infinitely small political wing of the LGBTQ plus organization. Not community, organization. It's a political organization. And you're not standing on any fucking moral ground wanting to groom children. I was supposed to finish that and I just lost it. Damn it. Hang on. One more week. Okay, so all he had to do was ignore the mob. One more week, and he could have prevented being leveraged every time. Never bend the knee. Yep. Let this be another lesson. The latest one in never bending the knee, because it never works. Do not capitulate. Hold your ground. And you know what? The shitstorm lasts about a week. In a week's time, if you'd have just said nothing, it'd have died down in a week. Hey, that Georgia stuff, they still film in Georgia. They also, they release movies in Colorado, which I do believe requires an ID to vote. I think it was Colorado, right? And there's other states too. Yeah, they're just full of shit. And I saw Jeremy from the Quarterings video about like this being a distraction. Of course, it's all this shit is a giant distraction. But when it gets to a major CEO of a major company backing grooming kids at a very young age, no, you have to speak up. You absolutely have to speak up. And fuck Disney. Do not go to Disney World. Do not go to Disney World. Samurai Knight for $5. Hey, what did you think of Yellow Flash's Drunken Flash cast last Saturday? Also, back Tug's new comic Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella. Yeah, definitely go check out Tug's new comic on Indiegogo. It's called Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella. That's that umbrella guy. Good dude. He's got a channel. Go check it out. So Quarter Black and I were listening about the third hour. So we got into about the third hour. It was like 1:30 a.m. here. We were working on The Office, and I'm like, oh, yeah, Flashcast is on. So we couldn't. All of a sudden, I'm hearing somebody scream into the microphone, and it's Flash. We were fucking laughing our asses off for like about an hour listening to it. Nikki Rackets was on fire. One of his best fucking rants. I think Nina Infinity. Yeah, Nina Infinity put up on Twitter. Go talking about the pedo that voices anime dubs that molested a young boy and admitted to it, and now is serving that victim with a cease and desist. And these are all the people who wanted to cancel Vic for being a nice guy at conventions. And the truth comes out. Like Vic, I guess, wanted to go out and start his own dubbing company, and they were all jealous of that, so they decided to systematically cancel a Christian dude who was more popular than they were, by the way. These are all like foul people. These are like the worst of the worst of the worst. And all they do is fucking dub anime. Like, if you like anime, that's great. That's awesome. I'm not dissing that, but like dubbing anime and you think you're prominent. Yikes. But the Flash, it was funny. We were laughing our asses off. I did give Flash a little bit of a hard time. I was joking, though. But I said stream sober, and I mean it. And it wasn't only for Flash. Stream sober. Streaming sober is good. But I was actually very entertained for the hour I was listening. I was laughing my ass off because it was funny. It was funny. And I think they were all like completely wasted. I don't know what led up to it though. But Cecil was slurring. That umbrella guy was slurring. And I think you could even tell like Ricada was a little buzzed, which is impressive. They wanted me to, I didn't want to jump on because it was late. And I would have brought the whole thing down. Well, who wants to listen to a sober guy? I'd be boring. Jason Sandberg says, Gary, favorite Buscema brother, John or Sal? Oh, Sal. Sal's Hulk is my favorite. Damn it. I had it within reach. It's not within reach anymore. I could reach over and get a Sal comic. It's too far away, though. Sal's covers for Hulk are... His Hulk was basically the Mego Hulk is based off of Sal's Hulk. Love it. And that's just when I was a kid. I was buying all those comics. It's my favorite. So Sal. So Buscema is what I called him when I was a kid. It's Buscema, I think. I've been mispronouncing it forever, but all of us kids used to call it Buscema. They're both great. They're both fucking great artists. Hail Gary, love your show, and FNT, keep up the fight, brother, says William 101 for $10. Thank you. I will. We have no choice at this point, right? Buford T. Justice, thank you for $19.99. Says, Gary, I watched The Adam Project with Ryan Reynolds. Pretty good movie. It is on Netflix. Some good father stuff. Studio is looking good. Looking forward to the tour video, and that will be soon. Buford T. Justice. And if you liked it, then I'll watch it. 'Cause I trust you, Buford. I'll watch it, but I'm not going to watch it on Netflix. I'll watch it somewhere else. I'll watch it from Russia. Anyone with children that supports Disney now should be investigated by the CPS because now we know Disney supports grooming. Yep. 200-watt studio for $5. It's without a doubt. And you want to know what? You want to play that fucking game? Call it a don't say gay bill? Then just start saying Disney and Lucasfilm and Marvel support grooming over and over and over and over and over and over again. Don't let them forget it. Just like you don't let them forget that they fired Gina Carano. Don't try to destroy my life with lies when I can destroy your life with the truth. Well, the truth is Disney, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, Kevin Feige, Kathleen Kennedy, all support grooming. They support grooming children. And if you don't want to be known as somebody who supports grooming children, then you better, I don't know, disassociate, disavow. I don't hear any disavowing. Hear a lot of supporting. Break the narrative, change the narrative, make the narrative the truth. They had to lie about the bill. They had to lie about the bill, which means they don't even believe it. So there can only be two conclusions to this. They're retarded, and I'm not going to give them that one, or they support grooming children. You can bring your nuanced argument to an older age. Riddle me this. Do 6-year-olds and 9-year-olds understand nuance? No. They're just learning. There might be one or two brilliant ones out there, but no, for the most part, no. At 9, they're just starting out. In the Lord of the Rings series, can a black elf be called a drow and a black dwarf called a Duergar? D-U-R-E-G-R. To piss off the left. I think if you just call them black elf and black dwarf, that'll piss off the left. Anime Watcha for $5. I think the left is already pissed off that there's a backlash to it, not understanding, again, the nuance of the argument that you could certainly, if you wanted to bring in something truly inclusive, you would use the race of men. But no, they're going to use a race that has, with the elves, that have been clearly described. And even worse, they're not going to give them the hair to match or the looks to match. But that's only with the POCs that they brought in. That's their terminology, not mine. And then they have academic hacks who call themselves scholars who will go out and say that Tolkien is unacceptable. I imagine we'll see another trailer within a month, and we'll get a better idea. But as far as the story goes, well, I hear the dialogue is actual shit. It's terrible. I heard it's utterly terrible. And are we surprised? We have two showrunners with no fucking experience, and the experience they have is with bad reboot. And if like for instance, the OneRing.net, if their only argument is you keep calling out bad reboot, they're not technically involved. Well, for one, you're the motherfuckers who said they were involved. And they're involved. Now, name me something from bad reboot that will be remembered in 30 years, 50 years. You can't. Other than a disaster known as The Force Awakens. Charlie Bones for $10 says, I, too, was from San Francisco, decided to join the Navy. Some were supportive. My D&D group thought I was a fascist. Now I'm in Europe. Love your content. Makes my job more bearable. Stay safe. You too, Charles. You too. If anybody's calling you a fascist, they're the fascist. Okay. They're the fascist. It's you know what most people want? Freedom. Freedom. So we could sit there and argue between how many laws should we have on the books, what kind of government oversight there should be for certain organizations. I lean towards less of all. I'm fine with paying my taxes if they actually went towards roads and traffic signals and fucking firefighters and shit like that. I'm fine with that. And I understand that. But my ideology is different from how I accept for what life is. There's big differences there. I would love for people to be able to govern themselves. I know that's not real, impossible. So there's certain capitulations I will make happily, but I'd like for them to go away someday. Like over regulation, permits for fucking shit on your own property. I honestly don't think there should be any, but because of environmental laws and yes, people who will pour fucking raw sewage into a river or something like that, we have to have laws. I understand it. Just don't like it. Somebody said my mic is low and it feels low today, but yeah, there's not much I can do. I can pump it up when it gets re-uploaded. Yeah, it's weird. It just started doing this. But it's all raised here. I can try one thing. Go to my properties. Nope, everything's jacked up. Yeah, there's something going on Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, usually it's hitting red, and it's not hitting red. It's not even getting close to yellow on this. And that's new. And we just had an update on Streamlabs, though, so not really sure. Hey, Gary, what is your new camera model brand? It is actually old. It's Comics Division told me to buy this one. It's a Canon EOS, or it's I think it's M50, right? Canon M50 EOS. It was $500. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Probably needs another lens with a bigger depth of field, but it's pretty good. It works. And it's not like thousands of dollars. You don't need to spend thousands of dollars. I'm sure you can get one for a little cheaper too. I'd go to B&H probably before Amazon, just because it's not Amazon. Deadleg for $20 says, I'd rather fund you. I love your content, and you're a breath of fresh air in this crazy world. Thank you, Geeks and Gamers, Eric July, and all of the crew. You've given me some sanity again. Well, cheers. We're all like individuals, kind of in the same sphere, but Eric July is kind of the sage among us, like the one who's just got no fucks to give. Obviously, again, a loser because he rents he's got a studio in his house and his wife brings him sandwiches, and he doesn't get those bitches. But we're trying. We're trying. Eventually we'll be able to rent a studio from somebody else at a much higher price than actually just having one in our house, and then go get some bitches, and then we'll be proper YouTubers. But until that happens, how does one go about getting some bitches in the modern day? Not really sure how. Tinder? Now that we know that Disney sides with the side that opposes the anti-grooming bill, anyone with a park channel that sets foot in a Disney property is no better than a cheese pizza supporter. That's going to be a tough one to work out, especially since I have a friend who does a park channel, 200-watt studio. But that's up to Drunk 3PO. I'm not going to judge. Drunk 3 Jay's my friend. I think if Jay would, here's what I would do. I'd just wear a shirt every day at that park that was just fucking calling Disney out. I mean, I'm trying to think of a compromise here, because there's going to be a lot of people saying don't go to the parks. I'm saying don't go to the parks. I am. But if, I'm not going to judge Jay if he's going to do what he's going to do, but I'd wear, kind of like when I went to the Star Trek convention, I had my I Stand With Vic shirt that I was walking around with and getting all kinds of fucking dirty looks. Like, I got more dirty looks from that con than I did the first Star Trek convention I went to, where at least people were coming up to me and shaking my hand. They were not doing that at the other one. Now, it was this Star Trek convention wasn't even a Star Trek convention anymore. There was only like 300 people there, and everybody had masks on. So it fucking sucked. Let's just say it sucked. And there are no more Star Trek conventions in Vegas. They're going to be in Chicago, and I'm not going to go to fucking Chicago for a Star Trek convention. Not for this shit, Star Trek. But I digress. Yeah, but I wore a shirt to basically, it was a giant middle finger that I was walking around. Maybe Jay should, Whereas maybe there should be a welcome to the rebellion shirt that's like anti-grooming or something. I don't know. But Jay has been a great supporter of a lot of causes, including one of Gina Carano's favorite charities that Jay has helped out with. Jay does a lot of great shit, by the way. Jay's awesome. And Operation Underground, which is an organization that I was made aware with through Jay and Gina Carano, who I have given, and you guys have too. We raise some money for charity for that, and that's where it goes. And they protect the most vulnerable children. So, and they like, I trust Gina that she checked them out. But by all means, check them out on your own. But it's Operation Underground, and they protect. They're out there actively protecting children, doing good in the world, actual good. Yeah, Disney's got a problem on their hands. And you know what? And because Bob Chapek did this, now people who innocently relied on Disney now have a problem on their hands and have decisions to make. When Bob could have just shut his big fat pie hole on a lot of shit. And Bob, I understand, Bob, that it's the other Bob's fault. But you need to be a leader. You need to stand up for all your people. But Disney made a decision today, ladies and gentlemen, and you weren't part of it. Disney came out against parents today, or yesterday, whatever the fuck, in the last 48 hours. Disney is anti-parents' rights. Disney is anti-parent. Let that shit sink in. Disney wants your 6-year-old taught sex, education, and gender. A 6-year-old. And you know what's going to be mixed in? With some children's book in the most fucking evil, vile way. And no, nobody's saying we don't want gay or transgender people not to exist. You can exist. I'm saying it. You can exist. I don't mind if you exist. Live your best life. Be happy. Mind your fucking business with my fucking kids. If a kid grows up gay, he or she will figure it out. Will it be uncomfortable? Yes. You want to know why? Because that's life. It's getting better for them. You know what? Go to BBC Two and listen to the hour-long interview with Ian McKellen, and listen to a guy who actually had to hide his shit when it was illegal. And listen to his gratitude now. Listen to him now, where he's like, hey, we've come a long way. Now, he was grilled a little bit about Stonewall's recent stances, which have been very anti-women and pro-transgender, and he kind of skirted that conversation because he did help co-found it. But for the most part, the man just sounds like an 83-year-old gay man who was grateful. He's like, yeah, we live in a pretty good world now. I can live my life. It sounds like somebody who's like got what he wanted and is not really trying to push for anything other than, hey, I just wanted to live a life. Well, now it's going too far. Now it's going way, 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 way too fucking far. But I would highly recommend listening to that interview. You would hear a perspective of somebody who's seen some shit. Real shit. Not this made-up shit that we're seeing now. Only one cure for pedos, says Breer247I. Yeah, I've got no sympathy. 0. Better luck next time. That's about it. I changed the camera. Somebody asked me if I changed the camera or is it just the lighting looks nice. F name, I name, it's the camera. We definitely changed the camera. It needed to happen. I like it too. But shit, man. I know a bunch of people when Bob made that decision just went, fuck. I'm not surprised. If Walt Disney was still around, he'd pimp slap Bob for disrespecting the one thing Walt cherished, the family, says Chris Persia for 5 Canadian pesos. Yep. Oh, Walt will be disgusted with what his company's turned into. 2 little circles are being, yes, they're always going to be reflected in my glasses. Look at this. Wait. Right there. I hope this bugs the shit out of Jeremy from the quartering. There's a rumor about Henry Cavill cameo in the Flash movie. They're really desperate. Says Sith Cake for $5. Oh, yeah. Let me get back to the conversation I had this weekend. And I'll get back to your questions. And we got a $50 super chat. I got to read that one right now. That is Enoch Maman for $50. Says, I had a choice between watching The Batman or several new shows that I have seen, thinking about seeing, and risk them going woke in the second season sequels, or watching Con Air for the millionth time. I chose the latter, and I don't regret it. And that's usually where I go, my friend. Thank you for the $50. I'm the same way. I'm like, am I going to finish Peacemaker? Am I going to finish Peacemaker, which was clearly fucking woke, and I saw it in the first 3 episodes, or am I going to watch Lord of the Rings again? Or am I going to watch Babylon 5? Am I going to watch Farscape? Am I going to watch Doctor Who? I think you know the answer. I did finish Reacher. I can recommend Reacher as a really good TV show. Not great. Like, you won't regret watching it for the most part. Hang on a second. We're going to take away that window. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to frame this conversation so I don't out anybody. I don't out what we said. I just got to... all right, so I'll give it an overall. Somebody reached out to me. I spoke with a person. They work in the industry. They saw one of my videos. Actually, they've watched a lot of my videos and others, and listened to our feedback and did not take it personally and looked at it very maturely. When honestly, I don't know if I'm even that mature, but it wasn't even a conversation. I didn't even know. I wasn't like big on having the conversation, right? I was like, maybe. And we missed each other a lot. Really glad I had it. Really glad I talked to this person. I thought this person was very genuine. I was paranoid as hell at first. So I was like, I'm going to record this and do all this shit. And I didn't, because that's a good thing, because they put themselves out there way more than I did. Like way more. I'll just say that. But I'm just going to say that you never know who's watching, and to think that we're not having some effect is just utter bullshit. Utter bullshit. And I promise you guys, I do believe it's June of next year. So a certain movie or show will be released in June of next year. Once that's done, I will be able to talk freely. It's a long way off, but I will not forget. I will not forget. Because I just want to tell you that it gave me a little hope. Not a lot, but a little. But a little. That not everybody's playing this fucking game. Like there's still people out there who see what's going on and they hate it. They hate that, like, this is what fandom's become. This is the place where we used to go and get away from this bullshit. That's all it was. It's something simple. And it's not with every little thing. Like, of course, Watchmen is a political fucking story. But Alan Moore himself will say he didn't want the whole fucking comic industry to turn into Watchmen. Grant Morrison recently said something very similar. Mark Millar has said something very similar about the comic book industry. We really need to, you know what? An old story being adapted correctly, like Lord of the Rings, there's just this entrenched belief that it would be we'd be digressing as a society if we just adapted it like we're supposed to adapt it. No, we wouldn't. It's one story. It's one story. Leave the one story as it is. And you know what? Make new stories. If you want to push things forward, that's exactly what The Expanse was. It shit the bed at the end. But damn, it was close. It was close. It didn't shit the bed as much as Game of Thrones, but it shit the bed at the end. But that's because of the politics. And it tried to resist them as long as it could, and it didn't. So it just didn't. But The Expanse was a perfect show where it's like, we've got this show, and the world makes sense. It's really diverse. But at first, they made no issue of it. They just made this fucking show. And a lot of people liked it. A lot of people liked it. Quite frankly, first 3 seasons are fantastic. It starts going downhill. That's Sci-Fi's fault. That's production companies. That's a lot of shit. And Amazon made massive mistakes, including with season 4. Dropping it all at once was a stupid, stupid mistake. The binge model is unsustainable. It needs to be changed. By the way, Netflix is working on changing it. Netflix, in the next couple of years, they're going to start not having the binge model for everything, because Guardians of Justice was a show that somebody recommended, right? I saw where it ended, so I'm not going to watch it. It's super fucking woke. But the idea of it sounded great, and it would be something I would jump on, right? But it was just so typical 2019 bullshit that I'm like, but the idea of it really fucking creative. I liked it. It's a mix of live action, 2D, pixel art. And yeah, it's just like, but I got so many fucking woke vibes of it. I'm not even going to touch the fucking thing. I'm like, nope, it's on Netflix. But the thing is, nobody fucking heard of it. Nobody heard of it because Netflix sucks at promotion. Okay, that's their problem. But yeah, it's just not going to be sustainable. Not when the dollar is not as valuable as it was a year ago, or in 2019, before all this bullshit started. All this problem, reaction, solution shit started. Darius Harvey, thank you for the $9.99. And again, I'm sorry, my mic is low. I'm going to have to fuck around with something. That is odd. Hey, wait. Let me try one thing. Yeah, that's weird. I'll probably have to change ports. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, back to this. You guys can hear me okay, right? I guess it's somewhat okay. Some of you are still here. So I'm trying to get onto the mic as much as I can. There's but yeah, back to why Warner Brothers delayed The Flash. Why they delayed The Flash. Essentially, there's the reason, the company line, where I think that is partially true. The other part is that it's complete shit. And now that things are connected, once one thing gets delayed, they've got to delay everything else. But remember, it was just a month ago that DC showed us a trailer that the Flash and Black Adam and Aquaman and all this shit was coming out. It was DC in 2022. And now everything from that trailer outside of the Batman is gone. It's all DC in 2023. That's such a fucking DC move. That is such a DC move. Cavill, I don't care about a Cavill cameo. I want a Cavill Superman movie. That's what everybody wants. You know, when I officially hear that Jar Jar, his whole Superman project with Ta-Nehisi Coates is canceled, then we might be moving in the right direction. Ava DuVernay's New Gods was canceled with Tom King because Warner Brothers wants to make money and they're smart. Red Sonja, the woke SJW Red Sonja has been canceled. I mean, fuck Dynamite Comics anyway. But I mean, I don't buy their shit anymore. Talk about bending the fucking knee for nothing. Bending the knee for Gail Simone. Beach Lover for £5 British. Those little circles are being reflected in your... Oh, yeah, my glasses. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's called a ring light. It's called a ring light. Norwegian Kryptonian for 22 Norwegian krona. Says the Flash movie has rumored reshoots. LOL. Now they have plenty of time to reshoot, don't they? They have a lot of time. I don't know if they have any more money to but like they have time to reshoot. Yes. What are your favorite top 5 things that you put on your wall so far? Matthew Hammond for $4.99. Probably the Raiders of the Lost Ark on card figures. You can barely see them, but there's Belloc. There's a custom one. There's Cairo Swordsman. But I've got everything. Indiana Jones. Everything. I got this. Hang on. And which has a picture of an unproduced item. See, there's your list of Indiana Jones figures right there. Check this out. Oh, yeah, there's the Steranko game. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Unproduced. Or uber rare. I don't remember seeing it. Maybe it exists somewhere. But I don't remember seeing a Marion Ravenwood 12-inch. I mean, again, maybe it exists and I missed it, but don't remember it. Where was I? Big Indiana Jones fan. Yes. Okay. Used to be Cool Hand Luke for $35 says a nooner. Stoked to see it. I'm launching a podcast, writing a book, a comic book, mainly due to FNT groups saying how we should create instead of letting the big guys win and being at the studio's whim. Much love to the fellowship. Yes, absolutely. Create your own stuff. We always have to do that. I think what Eric's doing is really fucking ambitious and ballsy, and I support him. And yeah, it's going to take a long time, folks. It's going to take years. It's going to take absolute years to turn this shit around, and we have to turn it around. We cannot accept defeat. We cannot walk away. We cannot fear fucking people like Frost. We can't be fucking afraid to have her. You think I invited Frost on this channel for Friday Night Tights. She was going to have to talk to all of us. And that's why she didn't respond. That's why she didn't fucking respond, because she didn't got the fucking sack, metaphorical or not. There's plenty of women with plenty of metaphorical sack out there, by the way. Quite frankly, Gina Carano has got the biggest metaphorical sack. But do you think I'm afraid to have somebody like that on my fucking channel? You think anybody is? Like she would be a match for any of us? I don't read off a teleprompter. Jeremy doesn't read off a teleprompter. Az doesn't read off a fucking teleprompter. Could you imagine Frost matching up against Rags and Mahler? That would be funny. It would be destruction. Total fucking destruction. I've been interrogated by ATF. Think I'm worried about fucking some big bird lesbian? Shit. So no, we should fucking call them out. We should talk to them. Bring them on. Fuck it. But they're not going to come on. They're not going to come on. Frosk was like, that was the closest we're going to get to like get a actual true blue SJW on a channel, Jeremy from the Quartering, and she backed the fuck out. Like everybody knew she would. And like, you guys know me. I'm not even, I don't do the fucking YouTuber on YouTuber shit. I'll like make a comment here and there, but I just don't do it. But that was an opportunity to really expose somebody. And all she had to do was watch some of her interviews. That's what Ryan told me. Ryan's like, watch some of her interviews. So I watched some of her interviews. I'm like, oh, this chick is dumb as a bag of fucking hammers. She wouldn't stand a chance here. And it's funny, is I talked to Quarter Asian Son, who's a big League of Legends guy. And he's all, you know what? She used to know her shit. When she didn't talk about all her SJW bullshit, people were fine with her. But then 2016 happened. She lost her fucking mind. And she got run out of that community. Run the fuck out. Dracula Putin for $2.60. Hail Nerdrotics. I have a website, approximately 1,000 subs, not even trying. Take a look at them for a few minutes. If you think if it's any good, then mention the channel. I got to be able to pronounce that name, though. D. Neural Haman. What do you think of the videos by... what is it? Fomando Comics? I haven't seen them. Good stuff. I'll check them out. Dracula Putin for $2.60, but thank you. I'll check it out. Real Cam Harmon for $3 says, Hail, Gary. I'm running for a school board in a small town. It's fucking ridiculous how they only care about the seats and money. They give no shits about anything else. They can sit on their ass and not create policy for the district. They're complicit. Yeah. Oh, you mean the people who just sit on their ass and don't do anything, which is the vast majority of politicians, and why all this shit happens. A lot of this stuff happens because of inaction. Inaction. Totally agree. Cody for $10. Star Wars drama makes me sad. I want Kenobi to be good. Grew up playing Star Wars CCG card game, following my older brother at age 10, back when prequels weren't even about to come out. This time is very sentimental, and it sucks that Disney is ruining those memories. And they will continue to ruin. And I promise you, the story you had in your head is better. Kathleen Kennedy has come out and said she's going to make this For one, Obi-Wan, his only fucking job is to watch Luke. Do not leave the planet. Watch Luke. He leaves the planet. He fucking leaves the planet. I mean, that's it. That's enough right there. Ike Ellis for 2 super chats for $5 each. We'll start with number 1 this time. Sadly, if the UVR situation, both sides in America are acting like SJWs. A lot of people I know who used to oppose Putin now deny any wrongdoing deny any wrongdoing he has ever done. They support the fall of the Ukraine and refuse to acknowledge a middle ground. Well, there's got to be a middle ground. That's all we're talking about here. Gaslighting anyone that doesn't support Ukraine's fall as wanting World War III. Yeah, there needs to be a very long discussion about invading a sovereign country. Bad. We are not for that. We are for people fighting for their lives, people fighting for their loved ones, fighting for their own country. We also need to acknowledge our part in it, our country's part in it. We helped create this mess. Putin helped create this mess. It doesn't, you can have multiple thoughts in one brain. I know all of you can. The media doesn't think you can, but I know you can. And we can have a discussion, and what we should find out is all the information. So, yeah. I don't like war. I am very anti-war of any kind. But invasion is the time to pick up shit and start fighting, obviously. We have friends there, okay? And they're trying to get out, and they can't. They waited too long. They were a little stubborn. And we're praying they get out. Because shit's getting bad. I don't know what the media is telling you, but it's getting bad. So, yeah. But I don't know everything that's going on. I just watched the Oliver Stone film that was taken off of this platform that is on Rumble that you can watch, and it was mind-blowing. Now, am I watching a documentary that is trying to say something? I am fully aware of that. Still, there's some pretty raw footage on there that it's pretty hard to misinterpret. We'll just say that. It's up to you if you want to go watch it. Like I said, it's not available on this platform, although it was for years, but now you can watch it on Rumble. I will be over at Rumble, by the way, very, very soon. But just so you guys know, I'm a firm believer in being a thorn in anybody's side. So I am going to stay here. I am not going to, YouTube is always going to be the priority, number one, because that's where I've got the most support. And I'm staying until they remove me. And quite frankly, they haven't shown any propensity to do that yet. Probably because I'm a nobody. So the room looks great so far, Gary. Thank you, Low Watermark, and thank you for the $25. I appreciate that. Had a lot of help from Core Black and, of course, Mrs. Nerdrotic. Made sure so much shit was already set up when I got here. It was a miracle what she was able to pull off. But not so much, because she's pretty good. She's pretty good, that one. Thanks for all the videos and streaming. They help me stay sane in an insane world. Don't let them brainwash you. There are only 4 lights. There are only 4 lights, brother. Thank you for the $5, Roman. Nah, they ain't getting to me. I'm too old. I'm not like, and hey, props to the 25 and 30-year-olds who hold the line, right? Where it's awfully tempting. You got all this life ahead of you, and if you take a few bucks, you shut the fuck up. Props to the ones who are putting themselves out there. I'm 52. I'm closer to retirement than them. There's not a lot that any corporation would or could offer me that would make me shut up. But yeah, Ike Ellis, you're absolutely correct in your Ukraine-Russian analysis, and I could just think of that the right to bear memes. I'm something of a Ukrainian-Russian expert myself is just the best way to put it. I'm a moron when it comes to that shit, so I'm just not going to talk about it. I'm just going to say death is bad, war is bad, invasion bad, and governments lie. Best name I could think of for $12 says it seems that Disney and the media are against the idea of innocence and feel the need to bring it down. It makes them feel better for paying for thoughts online so they can pretend to have friends. And that's THOT, thoughts. Yep. It's despicable. It's utterly despicable what Disney did. And I'm sorry, this is like the one time I'm going to talk about it, but I was like utterly fucking pissed. And I'm more pissed about it opening the door for other companies who are going to capitulate. They're all going to fucking capitulate. They're all going to capitulate. Mexican Iron Man for $50. What's up? Did you just have a birthday? Happy belated birthday to Mexican Iron Man. Hope all is well in your world, brother. He says, Brother Gary, I agree with the kick the ladder Texas strategy. After leaving California last year, I tell you, everyone cannot follow me to South Carolina. Why? Because we got Jurassic Park-sized mosquitoes. The gators are everywhere, and they eat kittens, and racism is rampant. Ha ha. Yes. Yeah, don't come to Texas. Abortion is illegal. Yeah, it's terrible here. It's absolutely terrible here. Everybody's got a MAGA hat on. There's giant boars the size of dinosaurs. There's fucking roadkill everywhere. There's guns everywhere. And I mean everywhere. Quite frankly, you're not welcome here. Thanks, Mexican Iron Man. Durkown for $5. Hey, Gary, thanks for helping me and my sanity. If you don't mind, would you shout out a channel, The Green Fellas? It's called The Green Fellas, spelled with a Z. All their streams this month are for a Streamlabs charity for children with incurable conditions. Oh, that's terrible. I'm kindly, and that's good that they're doing it, though. I'm kindly asking a fellowship for help. Of course, it's called The Green Fellas. Go check it out. It's all one word. Green Fellas. Enoch Bamon for $5. Oh, okay, I read that one. All right, we're good. We're good on that one. Could you please give a shout out to my brother Will? He introduced me to your channel and I love it. And that's from Carolyn Smith for $5. Shout out to Will. Will Smith? Is it Will Smith? Like the Will Smith or another Will Smith? Shout out to Will Smith. Cheers. And thanks. Hey, Will, thanks for helping me boost up my 6.6% female audience. We're trying to get to 7. We're trying. Gandalf the Grey for $4.99. Hey, Gary. Got the Gandalf shirt, and I love it. Oh, you found it. Good. The glow-in-the-dark one. Is it glow-in-the-dark? It's good. The one where he's standing at the gates of Moria? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Gary, long-time lurker, first-time super chat. Oh. Rewatch The Never-Ending Story 1 and 2. The first is amazing and highly recommend it. Good FX and RTU was great. The second was a huge letdown after how good the first was. I have never watched Never-Ending Story. And the reason why I've never watched Never-Ending Story is probably the same reason I didn't watch like The Goonies. Just wasn't the right age for it. Just not my thing. There was that song, right? And, and I just thought that song was just, gay. That's kind of what I thought when I was a kid. I think. But I'm glad you liked it. It was probably good. It's probably good, and I just missed out. James Zerbisky for $7.99 Australian. I know you love your toys, but have you ever bought a Polystone hand-painted 1/3 or 1/4 size statues? P.S. Your big bird lesbian line cracked me up. Yeah, well, she's a big bird lesbian. That's what she is. And she's angry. Okay, the reason I don't buy Polystone 1/3, 1/4 size statues is I am clumsy as fuck, and I break them all the time. The only ones that have survived are that Cyberman one, because it's practically one piece, and I broke down and I got Gina right there. And that's it. I break statues. I broke so many Bowen statues at my shop. I just gave up. I'm like, I am obviously too clumsy to have statues. But that's why. Okay, Jared Woodard, and this is a two-parter, all right? So one for $20 and one for $2. Thank you for $22. Hey, Gary, long-time lurker, first-time super chatter. Highly recommend. Okay, I didn't read the second one. I did. Okay, I didn't. Thanks for all you do. Love listening to you. You're welcome, Jared, and thank you for the 2 super chats. Then we got Meredith G for $5. Myths, legends, and folklore have messages that are just as applicable today as they were when they were first told hundreds of thousands of years ago. And that's why those stories were told. That's why we have a mythology. There is history woven into mythology. Mythology could be straight up an allegory for something that actually happened. There is the myth, I got to pronounce his name right, of the myth of Phaethon, or Phaethon, who was the son of a water nymph, Clymene, and allegedly the sun god Helios. In order to confirm that he really was his father, Helios promised by the river Styx to grant Phaeton any wish. Phaeton asked to drive the sun god's chariot. And then Helios went, oh, no, any wish but that. But the thing is, the gods were honor bound. Once they offered to do something, they had to do it. They couldn't go back on it. So Phaeton rides Helios' chariot too close to the sun, and it crashes down to earth, burns the earth, and he has to destroy his son with a bolt of lightning. There is a theory that is actually based on a cosmic event that people witnessed, and that's how they told the story. Randall Carlson, look into Randall Carlson for that. But yes, that's why our stories are important. Now, Tolkien was just writing, giving his country something he felt like it was robbed, and he felt deeply about it. And this is like that feeling Tolkien had. You and I can understand that kind of loss artistically. SJWs, the people who are trying to tear him down, can't. They don't care about things that much. They don't know what real passion is. These are passionless, broken people leading meaningless lives. The Sacred Order of the Knightly Valor for 500 yen says, please plug my anti-woke sci-fi novella, The Last American by Ed Ronan on Amazon. It's called The Last American. Love that title. Eric Leingar for $10 says, Gary, what do you think about the Elric comic run from Titan? I read the first 3 volumes last night, and I can't wait for more. They are superb. Fucking masterpieces. Some of the best shit I've ever read. That's how I feel about it. There's hardcover volumes. Again, go to Razorfist's channel. He's got like the top 5 Elric comics. Watch that video after this. But Eric, I love him, dude. Thank you, Gary, for supporting Kick, Vic. Kick Vic and Funimation support actual predators like Damon Mills. They do. And I support Vic. I wish I would have supported him more, but I just wasn't that knowledgeable of him. But I do now. I mean, it's late, but I do now. And it really is sad if you want to like look at this at a real human level. I mean, we see Vic and we just our emotions are detached from the situation. But if you look at it, like a guy's career got ruined. And why? Because he was really friendly. He was like, there are people in this world who hug, pat you on the back. I'm one of them, dude. I will pat everybody on the back. I'm just that kind of person, right? Somebody tried to use that against me. And you know who it was? Fucking SJW. SJW. It quacks like a fucking SJW. It's a fucking SJW. What they did to Vic was horrible. And now they are exposed. Like they always get. Like this shit always happens. The universe tends to unfold as it should. And they will do nothing about Damon Mills. They will deflect. Go watch Yellow Flash's videos on it. And I'm sure Tugs talked about it. And again, Nick Rekieta's rant is glorious on this. Just to paraphrase what Nick said, Vic was essentially canceled for hugging people and giving him a little kiss on the forehead and on the cheek. Damon Mills masturbated next to a 15-year-old and touched his junk. A 15-year-old who has now come back to call him out on it. And Damon Mills apparently has sent a cease and desist. So there needs to be like press charges, dude. So if you're the victim of Damon Mills, press charges. Call the police. Have him put in jail because he broke the law. He broke the fucking law. There is no consent with the 15-year-old. Just listening and believing. That's all I'm doing. Oh, by the way, Damon Mills admitted to it. Forgot to mention that part. How do I hang my figures on the wall, please? I should probably do a little video. It's really simple. I stick a peg in between their legs. Sometimes under their armpits if they're too wibbly wobbly. Jacko Salama 20 pesos from Finland for less Trump in your sphere of YouTube. I'm right wing. Our right wing is politically near your U.S. left wing and hating Hollywood and the message, but I also hate Trump and would prefer less orange message. Oh, I don't mention Trump that much, but you can hate Orange Man all you want. But yeah, I'm not like, that's like, I'll bring him up once in a while. I'm not afraid to bring him up, but I don't bring him up a lot. He's not president anymore. The only time I'll bring Trump up is just, especially with the Hollywood Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome. When Hollywood saw Trump, they're the ones who lost their mind. I just saw him as a president. You may like him or not, but he wasn't the boogeyman. And it turns out he wasn't, was he? But yeah, I don't bring him up that much. Meredith G, thank you again. And thank you for the 20 pesos. European pesos, by the way. He's definitely going to run again, though. Thanks for defending Lord of the Rings. Connor Ryan for £5. My pleasure. It is absolutely no effort or problem at all. I love Lord of the Rings. It's one of my favorite things. I just rhymed and I didn't mean to. And yeah, I actually feel that way. It's and that's why, you know, when I'm calling out Marvel, it's out of disgust now, but like, you know, I loved Marvel. I loved it just as much as I loved Lord of the Rings, but that's waned. And I will not let Amazon touch my adoration for Tolkien. I see it more as defending Tolkien, a dead man and a dead man's son who are not here to defend themselves, and they have little fucking bitch-made fucking scholars out there calling them racist. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself in every fucking hole that exists on your body, you piece of shit. How am I sticking stuff to my ceiling in there? Well, Torgu the White for $2. I have cottage cheese ceiling. Everybody hates it. I love it. I love my 80s cottage cheese ceiling because, for one, it's good for soundproofing. For two, you can plug whatever the fuck you want into it. It's great. So I just use fishing line, right? So I've got some flying. Oh my God, why am I blanking on the fucking species right now? I'm a bad Doctor Who fan. I'll remember it later. But I got some Vipers and some TIE fighters and stuff to hang out. And a few Enterprises to hang up too, which I wasn't able to do in my last pad because it was a oh God. It wasn't cottage cheese. I just have what it was. Plaster ceiling. Okay, so Hose Contreras for $5. Have you tried Gino's Deli in San Antonio? Best subs in the state. Also, who has a better villains, Batman or Spider-Man? I say Spider-Man. Oh, okay. That's for $5. We'll start with Gino's. Yes, Gino's is fucking awesome. It is, and their burgers are the shit. So, no lie. Gino's is my favorite place to eat, period. So that's, and by the way, Gino's is considered one of the top like restaurants in the country, not just Texas, country. Spider-Man is a better hero. Batman has better villains. And this is gun to my head shit, because like I love Batman and Spider-Man. I love Batman and Spider-Man. But if you want to put a gun to my head, Spider-Man's a better hero. Batman has better villains. Just my opinion. I think we need to see more from Spider-Man villains because he's got a good like rogues gallery that has not been exploited yet. Like, but the first look that people are going to have of Morbius or Kraven is more anti-hero than villain. And to a point, a lot of Spider-Man villains they have more to them. Now, so does Batman, but Spider-Man's villains started out more cohesive because it's all one timeline. We didn't have Joker. We don't have Earth 1 Joker versus, Crisis Joker, all this other shit. it's been one timeline for Spider-Man up until One More Day, where essentially I go to 600. Spider-Man ends for me at 600. I fucking hate Dan Slott. I like Straczynski, but I hated what he did. And man, you want to talk about one comic book turning everybody off like overnight. One More Day, dude. Sal Buscema, Hulk 300 is my favorite Hulk story ever. It is such a good story, dude. Fear of Sundown for $1.99. Word on that. Make groomers uncomfortable. Screw that. Yeah, make them uncomfortable. Make them leave. Make them reconsider a lot of things in their life. And give them time to think about it. Because if you want to go down that road, that's just that dude, that it ain't going down in this country. I promise you, it's not going down. Okay, chat, we got a big decision here. Geek Chorus for $5 wants you to decide. I have to relocate. My job gave me a choice of Huntsville, Alabama, or Holland. Is it Missouri or Minnesota? What's MI? Oh, it's Missouri. Missouri. Please help me decide. I'd probably go Alabama, dude. Because Kansas City's in Missouri, and that's a big city that might like rule your state. And Alabama just sounds, I guess Huntsville. It's got a "ville" in there, so it might be a little neck, but that there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I say Alabama. I could be wrong. Pay attention to the chat, geek. Matthew Hammond for $5 says, unfortunately, I think that the OG Pixar employees leaving. Oh, it's OG. Oh, that's not good. Have you seen the latest Pixar trailer? It looks like the storytellers have left. Yeah, it looks super lame. I mean, it's just like it's called Turning Red or something. I have no desire to see it. I won't see it. I used to not miss a Pixar film. Brown Gaijin for $5 says, it's not the don't say gay bill. It's the don't say sex bill, and don't teach it to our kids about any kind of sexual activity. Yes, and totally agree. I don't want them being taught straight, transgender, gay, anything from kindergarten to 5th grade. I am 51 and I just started collecting comics. Thanks to you. Damn you. My first target is the Savage Sword of Conan. Those are fucking awesome. Love it, and the cover art is amazing. Did Marvel ever put together a collection or just the cover art? I believe they put a collection together. I'm pretty sure they did. There's an omnibus out there. Neil Horn. I could have sworn I saw it at a comic shop. I don't know if it was just the cover art though, but I thought they did. They did. It's in hardcover format. But I mean, if you are thrifty, if you're thrifty and you got time, buy the magazines individually on eBay, and you can get them for $5 here, $10 here. You don't have to get them in perfect condition. Just get them in like so-so condition, and then you'll save a ton of money and you'll have the real thing. And believe me, Savage Sword of Conan is some of the best shit Marvel ever produced. Ever. Thank you, Neil. Hi, Gary. Like the new setup, although the lighting could do some tweaking, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, we're not even close to being done with that. The lighting is going to get a little better as time goes on. It's going to be about a month. But this location is changing after this live stream. So I'm moving that way. There's a wall right there. See? but there's all kinds of space over here that I need to move to set up the other half of the room. So only half of the room is set up. Here. That's better. You can see that a little better. All right. God damn, there's still 4,300 people. And look at that. 3,798 likes. You guys are awesome. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. 4,400 people still watching too. That is amazing. The Walls of Wonder. That's right. They are the Walls of Wonder. And that was a name given to my comic store. So I just moved it from my comic store to here. I wonder if I can show you guys a picture of my store when it's Prime. Hang on. I can. I have to add media image. Here we go. Add source. We'll get a new one. I just downloaded it last night. There it is. There you go. That's a look inside my store. And yes, that's an Edgar Allan Poe mask. It's like a Frankenstein. So that's my life-size Iron Man that I had to give up. My life-size Spider-Man that I had to give up. You could see on the other side, there was a life-size Superman and Batman. There's my Sin City banner that's under stairs. I was always proud of that one because it looked like she was looking through like blinds on the left-hand side there. You see it? There's my new release rack. There's those were back issue, custom-made back issue bins that I paid a fortune for. There's my big old Doctor Who section that took up half my store, toy-wise. Yeah, that's the Comic Outpost in San Francisco. That video game in the back, I believe, was Captain America. I forgot I had that. Damn it. I should have kept that one, too. But I've got the Spider-Man game in my that made it in my pinball machine, but that's it. Yeah. Oh, if you look up on the right, you can barely see it. A Spider-Man 2 banner, you can't barely see it with the Twin Towers in it. Oh, there's an inflatable Dalek. Oh, I've got inflatable Daleks. That's what I should bring in here. See in the top left? It's an inflatable Dalek. It's a Dalek sex toy. So yeah, that's my old shop. And it looked like that for the long, even after I sold it, Brian just kind of like let it look like this, but like much more sparse. Like he never bothered. I wanted to cover every inch of the wall space. Every inch needed to be covered with something. Product, most likely. Shit that I like. Brian Hibbs, the owner, was too lazy to cover it up. Now the store doesn't exist anymore. Now it doesn't exist. So the comic Outpost, by the way, had been there for damn near 30 years. I was the one who owned it the longest. Brian, I remember Brian's dad came in, and Brian's dad, after I met Brian, I'm talking about Brian Hibbs. After I met his dad, it really explained a lot about Brian. I mean, not an evil guy, just he comes in and I have this huge kids section that I created. Very proud of, right? Because there was in San Francisco, believe it or not, none of the comic stores wanted to cater to families. They wanted to all be the edgy comic store. So I'm like, I'm going to be the family comic store. No porn in my store. Get that porn shit out of here. I'm not even going to do any of the violent, like murder porn shit, written by Warren Ellis. Like a fucking, the Avatar shit. I just got out of it. I'll special order it if people want it, but like, no porn, no violence. It's just kid shit. We're just going to do like toys and comics. And we had a kid section. We did birthday parties. It was fucking great. And his dad comes in and he goes, oh, our kids section is going to be so much better than yours. I'm like, okay, all right. Never happened. It wasn't. Brian's biggest mistake was moving the counter. The counter was on the side. I had it there forever, and I realized it was a terrible place, and I found it, I thought about it like way too much. Put the counter in the front. It doesn't seem like a good decision, but it was. And then he put it back, and he's a big dummy. That's just me. I can say that shit now because it's out of business. And you know what? If I open a store, I'm going to call it motherfucking Comic Outpost because I can now. Let's go. Oh, why aren't you working, you biatch? Oh, that's weird. It's not working now. I'll just have to use it by hand. Where was I? Don't get me talking about my comic store. Per Tim Pool, Netflix indicted for 4 felonies over cuties? What? John Thomas, is that true? Where's my phone? Oh, Netflix takes on Texas. Attorneys analyze outlandish fight over cuties. Yeah, district attorney in Tyler County, Texas claims Netflix cuties amounts to child pornography. His labyrinthine prosecution will force a federal court to grapple with whether it should intervene to stop criminal case. Well, I'll look at it this way. Gets the conversation going, and more people aware that there's fucking weirdos and pedos out there who want to prey on our children, the better. As I stated at the beginning of the cuties argument, I fucking hate cuties. It's disgusting. I don't want governments regulating art, but I also want governments to enforce the laws that protect children. Enforce the laws that exist. Enforce the laws that exist. And you know what? Investigate shit. Find out the truth. We do know that there were over 60 auditions for this. Each one videotaped. We do know these kids were very young. These kids were doing disgusting things. I saw the parts for information, and I'm sorry I did. Sorry I ever fucking watched it. And fuck that. It was disgusting. And the only reason it got made and bought and pushed is a black female directed it. That's it. Period. End of story. Black female directed it, so obviously it's untouchable. Black females can't be fucking Fredos. Yes, they can. Women molest children just as and dudes do it more statistically. Dudes do it more, but women do it too. And it doesn't make it okay. It's fucking disgusting. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't think that I have no faith in the government to do anything. But thanks for bringing them to my attention. I was like, what? Really? But yeah, that's true. So John Thomas, thank you for the $5 and thanks for passing on the information. I appreciate it. I grew up playing. Oh, I read that. Follow my older bro. Amazon Wheel of Time episode 1 had a main character murder his wife who didn't even exist in the books. They fucked up that show. My guess is on what the biggest canon deviating thing will be. Make a guess on what the most canon deviating thing will be in the Rings of Power. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay. I think the most canon deviating thing will be they will add Sauron may have another mentor. This is the least likely. I'll go least likely. Sauron's going to have another mentor. I know there's a rumor out there that there might be another Dark Lord before Sauron, which is just fucking utterly ridiculous. Galadriel will be fighting the hordes of Sauron with the Númenórean army. Galadriel will have gone to Númenor. That would be bad too. But I think Galadriel will be fighting the hordes of Sauron, orcs and shit, when she just wasn't. And they're going to say, well, Tolkien didn't say she wasn't fighting. She just hung out in Lindon. She could have left to go fight the hordes, except it wasn't the same time. But, like, whatever. Doesn't matter. So, yeah, Galadriel will be fucking, like, slaying orcs. And that's what they said that's going to happen. That's lore shattering. That's lore shattering. Black dwarves, a very uncomfortable conversation. It's lore shattering. It's lore shattering. Black elves, lore shattering. Who introduced this? Amazon. But somehow it's the fans' fault? It's the fans' fault for going, we like our story the way we like our story. But here's a fact. If you remade Lord of the Rings, it would be lore-shattering because Hollywood doesn't feel like they can make Lord of the Rings. Again, sleeping in the bed they made. Fuck them. The other... Let me even see if he's going to be in it. Hang on. He's got to be in it. I just don't know. Yes. Yes. Now, this is a Inverse article who was fucking garbage. But they said that Amazon might... Celeborn, for his part, spent much of the time in the Second Age in Eregion, an elven realm ruled by Celebrimbor, who was tricked by Sauron into forging the Rings of Power. When war broke out between Sauron and the elves, Celeborn fought against Sauron's forces. They're going to say it was Galadriel instead. And by the way, Celeborn, it's believed he fought Sauron's forces. Believed. That's a key word there. So, Quarter Black and I were watching Fellowship of the Rings last night. Fuck, it's good. Every second of that holds up. Every second. But you notice how Peter Jackson presented Celeborn and Galadriel as angelic, ethereal beings that were just higher forms than everybody else, because they were. So they come out and the music's all, oh, and they're fucking glowing. And then, Quarter Black pointed out correctly that they put a different reflection in Galadriel's eyes than everybody else's. So they put a ring light, basically. So they use Christmas lights. So to make her eye reflection look a little godlike and different, right? And they're shot in slow motion. They're all, where is Gandalf? I very much like to speak to him. When were they full of piss and vinegar? You see, the Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, and Fellowship of the Ring and Two Towers is the end. It's the long dying, the long end of a world that had seen better days, many better days that have risen and fallen over the course of ages. And you're seeing like the last remnants of anything. And quite frankly, we're seeing the B player, like Morgoth was a lot more powerful than Sauron, like the ultimate badass. And he's supposed to be, there's supposed to be a final battle. Like at the end of days, everybody comes back to fight it out. Yeah, we're that's what's so cool about it. That's that depth that you get from the story. That's what's so fucking cool. And of course, they're gonna shatter that shit. And they still want to make you think it's connected to Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. It's not. It's not. It is clearly not. I believe they have not Alan Lee, forgetting his name. They have one guy there, and Tom Shippey is not there. And Tom Shippey was there for The Hobbit. So they allowed that fucking god-awful love triangle. I like the Hobbit trilogy, by the way. I watch it. I like it. It's just that god-awful love triangle and the fucking chases that go on for fucking too long. But I still like it. I do, because I like Lord of the Rings. But they're gonna. I also think Halbrand, the human that's with Galadriel, that's running from his past, could be Sauron in human form. Who fucking knows? He's a changeling at that. Well, no. Is that after Numenor? Was it Numenor that sank? So that couldn't be Sauron then, unless they change it, because Sauron loses his ability to shapeshift after the fall of Numenor. But that might not be the fall of Numenor, because they said they're going to eventually show that. So that must be I wonder what that is. The oatmeal got Tesla Musk to fund the Tesla Museum, where Bezos vis-a-vis the pub says F name I name for $5. I don't. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, like Tesla got in. By the way, Elon trolled Netflix with like the Ukrainian war with like a black female lead or something like that, which is fucking funny. That is fucking funny. I gotta get a map. Gotta get a map. Years of the trees. Oh my God. Angband is like one of the best names. Morgoth's Angband. I fucking love that. I don't know why. I just do. I'm reading something. Sorry. That long silences are terrible for live streams. I'm going to stop. All right. Felipe Abrigo. I read that one. Pink Floyd, I guess, retired their music from Russia. Fucking Roger Waters. Shut. Like, sometimes he says something cool and then he does something fucking retarded. Norwegian Kryptonian for 55. No, David Gilmour took his solo and Pink Floyd 87 off the digital market in Russia. Okay, yeah, I didn't think it would be Roger Waters. Roger Waters knows what's up. Gilmour, I like Gilmour too. You know what? You know what Russia probably says? Thank you. I mean, like, his solo stuff is okay. Like, there's a blue light. And then, what? Pink Floyd 87 would be Dogs of War and Learning to Fly. I mean, that stuff was all right. It was okay. I actually think the Division Bell was much better. Much better album. The waterless Pink Floyd, the Division Bell was a much better album. That was a good one. Because it at least had 3 members involved. Frankly, the 87 only had 2 members involved. And then during the tour, they changed their mind. So, Gary, are you and the FNT crew are going to go over how Funimation continues to go after Vic Mignogna while housing a a kitty diddler they openly protect? Yes, Cliff 3188. I promise you I will. I will not be quiet about that one. I think Vic has a great opportunity here. I don't know. I'm guessing because Vic's a decent guy. He doesn't know anything about this shit. But yeah, we'll go over it. We will definitely go over it. Oh, you can get both. Okay, now, GJJ says, I'm tired of Adam's coffee. Don't be tired of Adam. Just get them both. Mix it up. It's all right. Adam's coffee's good too. Adam Crickler. Going to try yours now. Adam's, he's got good coffee too. Trust me. Okay. I'm going to read. Oh, shit. I got to read this one. Hang on. Gary, thanks for all the great entertainment. Here is a belated housewarming and F. Dean Spanos. Oh, John Gibson, I love you for even saying that. Thanks for the $150. I bled blue and gold and not the Ukrainian flag, the San Diego Chargers, my entire life. Nobody chooses to be a Charger fan. You're indoctrinated by, like, my dad, and I became a Chargers fan. And it was a miserable experience. Like, yeah, I saw Air Coryell and some cool shit, and John Jefferson and Kellen Winslow and Dan Fouts and fucking Stan Humphries, and went to a Super Bowl, got our asses beat by the 49ers once. But it was mostly a miserable experience of lots of heartbreaking losses and stupidity. And a lot of it came from the Spanos family, the retarded billionaires who got rich basically exploiting migrant workers and selling them repurposed and cheap, like, food that's basically going bad. And then they got into the real estate market. And Dean Spanos is the only billionaire who's turning himself into a millionaire. Right now, they're going broke to where the rest of the family is suing them. I know the NFL wants to be rid of these fucking fools. They belong in San Diego. San Diego had, like, yeah, San Diego's in California, so fuck California. But I'm a San Diego, born and raised, and I know people love the Chargers, and the San Diegans got fucked over. The city sucks, but Spanos sucks worse. Spanos sucks worse because no billionaire should have the taxpayers should not be building stadiums for fucking billionaires, period. End of story. End of story. That's like Hollywood asking us to, subsidize theaters. Oh, we did that. Oh, we fucking did that. And I felt the same way. Fuck that shit. You're billionaires. Build your own shit. I'll support it, but build your own shit. Asking people to pay tax money for a fucking stadium is ridiculous. These guys can afford their own 10 times over. No. Hell no. I like, if I was ever to get back in the NFL again, which not likely because I don't miss it at all. I'd probably just be a Packer fan because they wouldn't leave. My in-laws are into the Packers, and you can hold like a stock into the team. Or I'd become. I thought about becoming a Raiders fan just to hate the Chargers, but no, I can't do that either because then all the money goes to Spanos. I hate fucking Roger Goodell. And after the NFL got all woke, I was like, oh, I don't miss this shit at all. Fuck it. Fuck goodbye. And never look back. But like every Sunday was in front of my TV. By the way, season ticket holder for many, many years. And I drove from San Francisco to San Diego to watch games all the fucking time. All the time. Not anymore. Just gave it up. Because Dean's comment was, LA's only 100 miles away from San Diego. They can drive up. Fuck you, you fat piece of shit. Yacht. All he knows is how to fucking ride his yacht. He's a rich kid. He's a fucking moron. All right, we're going to wrap things up, folks, on my Dean Spanos rant. Sorry. Nobody cares about that. Ever been a Maiden fan? Number of the Beast era. The Outcast creator for 2 British pounds. I love Maiden. Yes, massive Maiden fan. I was a punk rock and metal fan as a kid. I think I like. What did I start out with? Start out listening to soundtracks. Then I had my almost famous moment. My older sister came in with a stack of fucking records, plopped it on my bed, and said, "Stop playing Empire Strikes Back, or I'll fucking break it." And I think in that stack was The Police, Oingo Boingo, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Bad Company, The Cars, and loved it all. Like, loved it all. And went through a little ska stage for like a minute, but then I just straight up got into hardcore. I liked hardcore. I liked the music. The more evil and the faster the music, the better. What's my all-time favorites? One of my all-time favorites is Danzig. Big Danzig fan. I think Danzig and Danzig 2, 2 of the greatest albums ever created. But I love Maiden. I like Metallica for a long time. Love fucking Metallica. I can't stand them now, but they had one album that came out in 2010 that was Death Magnetic. That was pretty good. I like that one. That was Return to Form, but yeah, After Justice, they sucked. Cliff, man. Rest in peace, Cliff Burton. Love Suicidal Tendencies. Love them too. Yep. Hail, Gary. I'm glad the Nooners are coming back. They are coming back in a big way, Weston. They're gonna be at a different time. I slept in because I am not. We just had daylight savings time, and I'm still not even used to this time zone. My sleeping schedule is so fucked right now. It's not even funny. But once I get on my sleeping schedule, we're gonna do 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to 12. We'll be the Nooner 2 to 3 days a week. Of course, we got Real BBC tomorrow on Az's channel. So make sure to tune in there. Gandalf the Grey says, open a store for $1.99. I will. Oh, that'll happen because I've got too much shit. I need to get rid of it. Gotham City Comics for $5 says, hi, Gary, stop by the store next time you pass through Arizona. Glad to see you're out of California. I meant to do that on the way out, brother, and I'm sorry. I'm headed back to California in a couple of weeks. So we'll oh, what did I do? I'm sorry. I will stop by. Zomdog for $50. Thank you. It says, you and other culture pundits content consists of criticizing, mishandling popular IP. When will you oh my God, these fucking red ants. How do they get in here, dude? When are your peers going to use your platform to highlight independent creators who struggle to get noticed via crowdfunding websites and the like? Well, as I look at this giant red army ant, How the fuck are they getting in here? That's so weird. Oh, you live for now, buddy. Okay. I usually don't kill bugs. I'm kind of, I'll put like, I'll just throw them outside. I know. I believe in karma. Good question. Why don't I? Okay, so let me put it this way. When will you guys and your peers use your platforms to highlight independent creators who struggle to get noticed via crowdfunding websites and the like? I don't want to sound like a dick, but my philosophy with that is no different than it was with the comic store. I have financially supported independent creators all my life. All my life. All my life. I was just talking about the music scene. I used to buy little punk rock singles from kids pressing their own shit in their garage, okay? I used to buy comic books from people pressing their own books in their garage at the comic store. And my philosophy was, if you get my attention and you're good, I will promote you. I'm not going to promote you just for being independent. It's great. It's brilliant. I support you. Do your thing. Be creative. If anything, do it to have fun. Make it a hobby. It's really good for your soul. Whether you sell a bunch of books or not, you complete something, it makes you feel better inside, and you created something and you did something not everybody can do. But if we're talking about like we're going to compete against Hollywood, we're going to compete against Marvel, DC, I got to be tough but fair. Tough but fair. It's got to be good. It's got to be consistent. Good and consistent. Not necessarily in that order. It could be pretty good, but if it's consistent, it's going to have a huge advantage over something that's great that never comes out. Joe Madrero, I believe his name was very popular. Very fucking popular when I was running my comic shop. He had a book that was called Battle Chasers. Immensely popular. Couldn't get his fucking book out. Whatever reason, couldn't get his fucking book out. So this immensely popular artist that was fucking just, they talk about, hey, Ultimates. Mark Millar's The Ultimates would have been one of the best-selling comic books of all time if they had managed to get it out once every 3 months. Towards the end, it was once every 6 months. I don't care how fucking good you are. I don't care. Floppy comic books are just expected at a certain time. If you're making like a big graphic novel of 100, 250 pages, you want to be once every 4 years, absolutely, that makes sense. Once every 5 years, you could do that too. But if you're just doing a comic book, it's got to come out. That's it. It's got to be good. It's got to be good, and it's got to come out. And if you do that, then I support you. But like, as far as using my platform, the audience here is not something that I will ever use as a platform. Okay? I don't use that terminology, and I don't think that way either. I am an individual. The audience is filled with individuals. They are not my audience. I am part of this audience on YouTube. I watch stuff with them. They spend a little time over here. Some might go to Campia. Some might go to fucking Az. Some might go to Jeremy. Who knows? It's not a platform for me to use to push stuff I don't believe in. I have to believe in it. I have to read it. I have to like it. And that's not on me. Bring it to my attention. If it's good, I will do. And like, I'm not the arbiter of all comic books. I own a comic book shop. That doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean jack shit. It means a total of jack shit. The only thing I would say I know something about is talking to customers. About the comics themselves, I have tastes. I have specific tastes with comic books. Like, I'm not into the fucking soldiery G.I. Joe shit. I don't like it. That never really floated my boat. I like cosmic superhero people in capes and fucking wizards and all kinds, and spaceships. That's what I like. I don't like lesbian anthologies. I don't like independent comic books as far as the alternative press expo. Never been really big on those. Independent superhero books, yes. Fantasy books, yes. But no like slice of life shit. I've never. If I want slice of life, I'll walk outside my door. I'll touch grass, as they say. But yeah, it's sorry, but yeah, the independent comic book thing is not necessarily my thing on this channel, and it hasn't been. I'll talk about him. I'll support Eric because he's my friend. But as far as people going out there and promoting their books, that's on them. They got to do that. That's an important part of it. And there is a lot of competition, and there has been for years. So what I did at my comic store is I designated some space for indies, and it just depended on the book. And then if I bought your book, what I did is I usually bought a stack of people's books, right? If they gave me a good pitch, they sent me a copy, I read it, I liked it. I'm like, hey, I'll buy like 20 for the shelf, and I'll just buy them outright, at cost. And if it sold well and they had the follow-up, I was ready to go. You know how often that happened? 3 times. 10 years. 3. And it's not easy. It's just not easy. It's not easy to think you can take over industries. I think it's more about the destruction of Marvel and DC than the construction of independent, which has been around since the fucking forever. Since they've been making zines. So I wish them all the luck in the world, and I've gotten some books that are really good. I like Eric's model. And here. Icon Comics. They sent me a book. I'm going to read it. Nice little packaging, hardcover, but I know Icon, their model is a publishing model. They make books for you to buy. They front the cost of making the books. I can definitely see the if you're doing multiple titles and you're getting them out and you want to, crowdfund it. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. If you I have nothing against crowdfunding. I'd just be worried about Indiegogo, a company based in San Francisco, but I've always stated that. And so far they haven't been that way. That's good. They've been about making money, but they had a big support BLM statement on their website. They did. I like how Eric's doing it. Eric's putting his money up front. That's a huge risk. It's a huge risk, but he's able to do it. So I wish everybody luck, and I want you to have a great comic book, and like the world needs great comic books. But as it stands right now, I'm kind of just too busy doing my thing to sit down and read too many books. But if you send them to me, I'll read them. As long as it's not, what I can't read, what I don't have time to read, which sucks. And I hang on to every one because I'll make time to read it eventually, which is the novels, like 300, 400, 500 page novels. I don't have time to read unless it's like an audiobook. You got an audiobook. There, now we're talking. Because I can do other things. But yeah. Icon was nice enough to send this, so I'm going to read it. I'll be honest about it, but I'll read it. All right, folks. I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to bail out. I got to go see the fam. Casey, $5. First time super chatter. Read all the old comic book. By the way, there you go. Gary, I read an old Conan comic for the first time, and I loved it. What Conan comics do you recommend? Love what you do. Go with Christ. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it. Savage Sword of Conan. I was just bringing them up earlier. They are not Marvel Comics proper. They're outside of the code. And Roy Thomas it's great. Just try to go as early on as you can, but you can actually read those out of order and you're fine. They're very enclosed stories. So you can go on eBay, look at Savage Sword of Conan. Second time super chat. New to comics. Where do I read online? Well, you can't go to Comixology anymore. Apparently, it's a complete pain in the ass. Oh, God, Clownfish TV. I'd never read online. I read physical copies of comic books. I don't read shit online. There is it Webtoons? Clownfish TV mentioned. I think it's Webtoons. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I never do. Oh, he did pass away. What was his name? That wasn't his name when I was into the UFC. Yeah, Scott Hall passed away from WWF. I won't say WWE, but rest in peace, Scott Hall. He was taken off of life support. That's very sad. Oh, my Google's too easy. I try to think of shit on my own once in a while. Still use my brain. SDSU, there's some serious tail there, bro. Yeah. Pat Wokefee. Did I know him as Razor Ramon? That's not. Why is that not ringing a bell with me at all? I thought it was a different name than that. But yeah, it was Razor Ramon. Back in my WWF days, but there was some drugs involved in there too. All right, guys. If I missed one, I'm going to do Square Up in the next 2 days from Friday too. So I'll just mix it in there. The Nooner will return Wednesday. Not sure what time, but we'll figure it out. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks, everyone who left a super chat and donation. And again, they will be read within the next 48 to 72 hours, we will say. If you missed the previous one, the super chat Square Up is on Nerdrotic Live. This will be unlisted and then archived on Nerdrotic Live, my alternate channel. I have 2 alternate channels, Nerdrotic Live and Nerdrotic Daily, where Perry Chan cuts out some cuts. I owe Perry Chan an ending to my last video, which I will do today, so he can wrap it up, and we'll see which channel that will go on. I have no idea what my next video is going to be. We have Friday Night Tights with Brittany Venti this Friday, and a couple of guest hosts. Real BBC tomorrow on Az's channel with Nina Infinity, Mahler, and of course Az, and we will talk more about comic book shit. So thank you very much. Love you guys. Thank you to the Modrotics out there. Please enjoy some credits. As long as I hit the right ones.
Nerdrotic.com.
for those of you still hanging in there. I should have done this earlier. Sorry, Chrissy Mayer. Her album, Live from January 6th, will be live on hashtag Raw Dog and Sirius XM today, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means it should still be on. Then it will be available on iTunes and Amazon at midnight. Again, that's Chrissy Mayer's Live from January 6th. Get it. We want to get this thing to number 1. We're going to really try. Okay, bye-bye.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.